Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we're going to see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you're new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Rimuru Tempest wielded forbidden legendary sword? The cold steel of awakening. Darkness pressed in from every side. Satoru Mikami tried to blink and realized he had no eyelids, no hands, no legs, no body in the way he remembered it. There's only a single point of awareness, a lump of self that felt soft and sticky and horribly wrong. He tried to breathe. Nothing moved. The air still carried into him somehow, thick and stale, with a taste of dust and old stone. Panic slammed through him. He tried to jerk away, to flail, to roll. His awareness tugged against something that did not move at all, something cold and solid that sat right through the middle of him. It was like his entire body had been poured around a bar of ice and left to set. What? He pushed again, harder, and the cold thing did not budge. The part of him that wanted to scream had no mouth, so the sound only existed inside his own head. So this is death. Great. His thoughts were thin and frantic. Last memories flickered at the edges of his awareness. A street. Heat on his side. Blood on a younger coworker's shirt while he pushed the kid out of the way. Sirens he never got to hear. Then nothing. Now this. He tried to speak, because speaking was what he always did when things got weird. Hello. Anyone. The word did not leave him as sound. It was more like he pushed it into the space around him and hoped something answered. For a long moment, there was only the weight of stone, the faint drip of water somewhere far away, and the steady ache where the cold thing went through him. Then a voice scraped along the inside of his mind. Not kind, not calm. Metal against metal with no air to carry it. Awake. Satoru froze. He did not feel lips move. The word did not echo in the cave. It landed right in the middle of his thoughts, as if someone had dropped a shard of steel into a bowl. Who said that? You cling to me. You are loud. Loud. He would have laughed if he had a throat. I'm stuck. Obviously loud. Where am I? What are you? Silence stretched. The cold presence that pinned him seemed to notice him for the first time, like an eye opening. The sensation ran through his slime body from top to bottom, a slow drag of ice that left numbness behind. Name. The word was not a question so much as a demand. Mikami Satoru. There was no reason to give his full name, and no time to think of a better choice. The habit was still there from a lifetime of boring introductions in office halls. There was a pause, then the voice repeated it in a harsh whisper. Satoru. It twisted the syllables, clipped them, but it understood. That was something. He pushed past the fear and reached for the one other thing that might exist here. Great Sage. The answer came at once, calm and clear in a different part of his mind. Individual Satoru Mikami. Reincarnation successful. Species. Slime. Location. Sealed cavern. That voice he could handle. Clean, almost bored. It grounded him. Good. Then. Explanation. I feel like jelly stuck on a metal skewer. Analyzing. A beat passed. That icy drag slid through him again, stronger this time. The unknown voice and the system voice overlapped for one breath. He felt his thoughts squeezed together as if something pressed on his skull, even though he had none. Then Great Sage did something it had not done before. Error. Unknown artifact. Energy grade. Genesis class. Direct contact. Not recommended. Satoru went even more still. Genesis class sounded like a very bad idea. So the skewer I am wrapped around is dangerous. Affirmative. The cold voice pushed through the system, rough and annoyed. No analysis. Mine. Great Sage flickered like static across a radio. Interference detected. Source. Embedded weapon. Weapon. Satoru fixed his attention on the solid thing that held him. He could not see it, but now that he focused on it, he could feel details. The hilt embedded in a rock had a crossguard that cut into the stone. The grip passed right through his body. He could feel channels carved into the metal, thin and deep, carrying a cold current that did not match any magic he knew. The blade itself stretched away from him, heavy and silent. He had the strange sense that it did not end where the metal ended. Something about it went further, out and out, past the stone and into a space his senses could not reach yet. So he was not just stuck. He was fused to the hilt of a sword wedged into a cave wall. Fantastic. He tried once more to pull away. His slime mass stretched along the hilt, then snapped back. Pain lanced through his awareness. It was not sharp in a normal way. More like someone took his sense of self and scraped it over rough stone. The voice that called him noisy gave a low rasp that might have been amusement. You do not leave. You were poured on. You cling. I do not want to cling. You died. You are useful. Satoru wanted to curse. He settled for pushing anger through the link. Useful for what? Before the answer came, the cave shook. It was not a small tremor. The stone around him groaned. Dust fell in light sheets. A roar rolled through the darkness, low and deep enough that it seemed to vibrate his core. For a second, he thought the sword had decided to snap the cave. Then he felt the pressure, the dense weight of magicules, and he knew. Dragon. Great Sage confirmed it in that same, even tone. Source of disturbance. True dragon class entity detected. Designation. Veldora Tempest. Satoru almost laughed despite everything. In the original story, he had been a nervous slime who bumped into a lonely dragon in a dark cave. They had joked. They had become friends. That comfort did not reach him now. The roar faded. Heavy steps drew closer, each one a slow thud that traveled through the stone into his gel body. Something vast moved just beyond his field of view, which at the moment was nothing at all. It made the darkness feel crowded. The dragon stopped. The air shifted, a faint rush of hot breath across cold rock. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then a sharp intake of breath that cut the quiet in two. That presence. The voice was ancient and deep and carried through the air this time. It had weight and texture, where the sword's voice only scraped. You. There was a sound like claws grinding into the floor. Nihility's Fong. The words came out low and angry. Satoru latched onto the familiar name he did not understand. Great Sage. Answer. Nihility's Fong. Record. World-destroying weapon. Forged from the magicules of the dragon Ivaraj. Sealed by the creator God Veldanava. Risk level. Catastrophic. So he was glued to a catastrophic curse blade in front of an ancient dragon. His day just kept getting better. He felt the sword's attention flare, annoyed at being named. The cold inside him thickened. A faint hum rose along the metal, too low for normal ears. His slime mass trembled around the grip. Veldora. The sword spat the name into his mind with clear dislike. The dragon growled. The sound was different from the roar. Shorter. Closer. You should not speak. Failure. Cast off. The hum sharpened into a buzz, like the moment before an outlet sparked. Satoru felt his awareness squeeze again, caught between ancient grudges he did not understand. Enough. He pushed the word out with all the focus he had. It rang in his own head and through the cold steel and into the heavy air between them. Great. I am new here, and I do not feel like getting deleted by some old grudge I never signed up for. The buzzing dulled a fraction. The dragon huffed. Warm air washed over his mass. You hosted. It was almost accusing. Satoru forced a mental shrug. Host. Victim. Unpaid intern. Pick a word. I woke up like this. He tried to keep his voice light. The habit was there. Jokes when he was nervous. Jokes when he had nothing else. The effect was not what he wanted. His own words came back to him darker and thicker, as if the sword weighed them down. The echo inside the cave sounded wrong, like a kind man speaking with a demon's throat. Veldora went quiet for a long moment. Then the dragon spoke slower. You are not the last one. Last what? Host. The previous one screamed until his mind broke. Satoru did not have a stomach, but his core twisted anyway. That is not exactly a calming story. You should be afraid. I am. Trust me. His thoughts stuttered around that. He was afraid, but the feeling was strange. It did not spike as high as it should. The panic had a dull edge, as if something had already started damping it. He noticed that, and the realization left a colder kind of fear behind. He remembered the system warning. Drains empathy. Great Sage. Confirm. Prolonged direct contact with the artifact will erode emotional intensity over time. Over how much time? Unknown. Data not available. Of course it was. Veldora shifted closer. Though Satoru could not see, he could feel the dragon now, massive and coiled, mana swirling around him. The storm of magicules pressed against the cave and pushed back against the sword's quiet hunger. Why are you here? Satoru clung to questions. Questions meant he was still himself. Because I looked. The dragon's voice lost some of its rumble. It sounded tired. I watched the flow of fate. I saw this cave hold 3 seals. My own prison. The first lock. The world's fear. The second. The thing you host. The third. Satoru wanted to ask what that meant. Before he could, Veldora snorted. This is Veldanava's mess. He sealed it here and used me as a lid. The way he said the creator's name was almost casual, almost annoyed, which was its own kind of terrifying. Satoru let that sink in for a while. 2 seals. 1 dragon. 1 murder sword that ate souls and his feelings. All in 1 cave. Great. All right. He said at last. New plan. Hi. I am Satoru. I died saving a junior from a random idiot with a knife. I woke up as goose stapled to a cursed blade. Somehow you are still the weirdest part. He tried to give the line some humor. His voice echoed back low and distorted. Veldora exhaled. The gust ruffled his slime mass around the hilt. You are strange. I get that a lot. Satoru paused, then pushed on. In the original story, this is where I offer to free you. Original story. Veldora tasted the words as if they were foreign food. Forget it. Long idea. Point is, I want out of this cave. You want out of that barrier. That thing I'm stuck to hates you. Everyone has a problem. Maybe we can solve at least 2. The sword pulsed at that, cold energy thrumming through his body. Freedom. The word came with real hunger. Veldora answered with cautious dislike. What are you planning? Satoru focused on the other presence in his mind. Great sage. Skin the barrier around Veldora. Is it something I can eat? Analyzing. Longer pause this time. He felt the system examine the air, the layers of magic that wrapped the dragon like glass. Result. Skill Predator can disassemble the structure of the unlimited imprisonment barrier. Estimated time. Prolonged. Risk. High. Prolonged and high risk. That was not great. He turned his attention to the sword. Can you help? There was a long, thin pause. He felt its attention slide from him to the barrier, then to the dragon, then back. The cold inside him grew sharper, like a blade pressed to the skin at his throat. I cut. I sever. Give me access. You're already inside me. How much more access do you need? Submit. The word hit him like a drop in air pressure. For a second his thoughts dimmed. A vision that was not his own flickered. A man knelt before a sword, face empty. Then the picture snapped away. Satoru resisted with simple stubbornness. No full control. Partnership. I'm not just a handle. Silence. The pressure did not drop, but it did not spike either. Compromise. Great sage cut in. Tone unchanged. Suggestion. Direct the output of Predator through the artifact. Use it as a focus. Output will be amplified. Cost. Emotional strain. Possible permanent alignment shift. Alignment shift. He did not like the clinical sound of that. Satoru considered his options. Stay fused to this thing in the dark until he lost his mind. Leave a dragon locked for eternity and try to handle this curse alone. Or risk getting both out now and deal with the fallout later. He had always thrown himself in a mess for others without thinking about long-term cost. That much, at least, had not changed. He made his choice. Fine. Let's do it. He turned his awareness toward Veldora, who watched the silent debate with narrowed eyes. I could take down your prison. The skill I have eats things. The sword says it can cut the spell open wider. I do that. You only get unstuck. The dragon laughed once, low and short. You try to bargain with a true dragon while holding the world's worst knife. Knife seems rude, but sure. Veldora went quiet again, then finally said, very slowly, if you free me, I will not fight you. I will not attack this world without reason. I will watch you. If you lose yourself, I will stop you. That was probably as good as it would ever get. Deal. Satoru centered himself, such as he could. Great sage. Initiate Predator on the barrier. Channel through the sword. Acknowledged. The cave air grew heavy. Magicules formed a whirl around him, pulled in by an invisible gravity. He felt the flow move through his slime body and into the grip embedded in him. The sword drank it greedily. The cold changed. It became something else. Not just absence. A pressure that wanted to erase. Predator. Activate. The command rolled out from his mind. The skill reached toward the barrier wrapped around Veldora, touching it like fingers pressed to glass. Where Predator met the spell, the sword pushed through. It felt like tearing old paper and skin at the same time. Light, invisible to normal eyes, flared where the barrier was drawn tight. Ancient symbols folded in on themselves. Satoru felt them as shapes, loops of logic set in magic. The sword slid through those loops and sliced them apart. Each cut rang in his mind. Piece by piece, the prison came down. The cost came with it. For each line of spell work that dissolved, something inside Satoru went with it. Little bits of warmth. The memory of cafeteria noise. The comfort of crowded trains. Tiny human annoyances he had never thought he would miss. They thinned and faded. He did not scream. He did not have the air to even if he wanted to. He clung to a simple thought. Finish first. Fall apart later. The barrier shattered. There was no blinding flash. No dramatic sound. The magic simply vanished in a single silent instant, and the world rushed in where it had been held back. Void energy flared from the blade as the last seal broke. It poured through the stone around them, silent and colorless. The rock did not crack. It aged. Fine lines raced across the walls. Moss turned to dry dust at once. Stalactites sagged and crumbled as if centuries passed between one heartbeat and the next. The smell of cold earth changed to the dry scent of old tombs. Satoru felt a part of himself go with that surge. A few emotions that had been bright a moment before became muted echoes. The memory of office gossip lost its taste. The thought of games and late-night snacks slipped out of reach. He noticed. He did not have the space to grieve. Veldora roared. This time the sound came not from one point, but from everywhere. It was not pain. It was relief, so intense it bordered on rage. The pressure of the dragon's presence expanded, and in the next breath was no longer pinned to one spot. I am free. The voice shook dust from the ceiling. The dragon moved. Satoru heard the rush of massive wings, the shift of a body that had been still for far too long. Magicules flooded the cave, wild and bright compared to the cold hunger of the sword. For one moment, he wondered if he had made a mistake, if Veldora would simply crush him first thing. The dragon stepped closer instead. You did it. The words were grudging but honest. Satoru tried to smile, then remembered he had no mouth. The habit still shaped his reply. We can call it a team effort. The sword answered with a faint metallic hiss. I cut. Veldora did not argue that point. He drew even nearer. Now Satoru could feel the heat from the dragon's breath more clearly, a steady wash over his surface. He had the strange sense of massive eyes peering down at him and the weapon he hosted. You're still fused. Yeah, working on that. Satoru focused on his own body again. The slime mass that was him still wrapped the hilt like a glove. The earlier attempt to move had failed. Now, though, something was different. The seal that had fixed the sword in the rock was gone. He tried again. Slowly he pushed. His mass crept along the hilt and pressed against the stone above. The sword answered with a rising hum. It wanted out. The rock resisted for half a second. Then the blade slid free with a harsh scrape. Stone dust rained over them. The weight of the sword settled into his center. It felt right in a way that unsettled him, like a missing limb slotted back into place. He was still slime. He could feel the strange elasticity of his new body. At the same time, the sword gave that shape a spine. He could tell exactly where the tip pointed, how much force each move would carry, how wide a swing would travel. He did not know how to feel about that. Veldora watched, silent now. Satoru tested a small motion. His slime mass rose, dragging the sword with it. He lifted away from the stone, balancing around the hilt like a body rising from its knees. He wobbled, then stabilized. Weird, he said aloud. This time the sound did not only echo in his head. It moved through the cave, through a mouth he did not have, shaped by magic in the blade. His voice came out lower, smoother, with a faint metallic echo at the end of each sentence. He felt that too. Veldora let out a short breath. That sword is not a tool. It is a curse. You are not helping my confidence. I'm not here to comfort you. Satoru gave a small mental shrug. Fair. He looked inward for a moment, checking himself. He still remembered his life, his name, the people he had cared about, the taste of instant noodles, the weight of each choice he had made. They were there, but they felt further away, as if seen through fog. He would need to watch that. Great sage. Status. Individual. Rimuru Tempest. The new name dropped into his mind with a familiar, clean tone. He had expected that part. It still hit him a little. Species. Slime. Unique skill. Predator. Unique skill. Great sage. Extra skill. Magic sense. Extra skill. Degenerate. Unique title. Host of Nihility's Fawn. The new title sat heavy. Host. He did not like that word, but it fit. Rimuru. Veldora tried the name out as if testing a new spell. You will leave this cave, Rimuru. The world outside has changed since I was sealed. It will not be kind. With that blade, you will not be either. I can still try. The dragon watched him for a while. Perhaps. Veldora drew back a pace. The air shifted as he lifted his massive body toward the opening that had never been there in canon. The barrier was gone. The rock at the cave's edge had aged into dust and collapsed under the strain of time. A gap yawned where none had been. Pale light filtered in, weak and cold. Satoru, now Rimuru, stared toward it with his new senses. After so long in the dark, the hint of outside air carried 100 small scents. Wet soil, old leaves, the faint hint of fresh water. The world was there, waiting. Veldora spoke again before he slipped through. I will not travel at your side. The world is not ready for two disasters together. But I will watch. Our pact stands. Rimuru swallowed back the small ache that rose at that. The emotion dulled as it passed through the sword. All right, try not to flatten any villages. The dragon snorted. You say that as if you will not do worse. Then he was gone, his pressure rolling out through the new gap and into the sky. The cave felt bigger and emptier at once. Only the echo of his roar remained, bouncing off stone that now looked ancient. Rimuru stood alone, a slime wrapped around a sword that hummed with quiet satisfaction. Alone, but not really. The weapon whispered again, closer this time. We are free. We hunt. He closed his non-existent eyes for a second. Well, at least I will not be bored. He stepped toward the light. Magic sense opened like a second pair of eyes as he moved. Shapes formed out of nothing. The cave roof. The uneven ground. The dust that still drifted where the barrier had failed. Outside, the forest spread in a rolling sea of magicules and life. He did not walk in the human sense. His body flowed over the stone, the sword balanced at his center. Each movement felt both clumsy and precise. He could tell exactly how much pressure each shift in his mass put on the ground. By the time he reached the mouth of the cave, the dull ache of lost feelings had faded to a low background hum. He emerged into clouded daylight. The forest greeted him with cool air and the sound of wind through leaves. Magicules hung in the air like dust in sunbeams. For a moment, just one brief moment, he felt something close to peace. Then he heard the screams. They came from the left, thin and ragged. High voices. Desperate. The kind of sound small bodies made when they were about to die. His body moved before he thought about it. He turned toward the noise and flowed across the ground. Sword held low. Roots grabbed at his slime and slipped free. Branches brushed the metal and sparked little static arcs that burned away leaves. The forest thinned. He reached the edge of a clearing and stopped at once. Goblins. They were smaller than he remembered from his story. Thin limbs. Big eyes. Makeshift spears made from branches. A handful of them stood in a loose ring around older goblins and children, their weapons shaking. Dire wolves circled them. The wolves were huge, fur bristling, fangs exposed. Their bodies carried crackles of magic. The air smelled of wet fur and fear. One goblin already lay crumpled on the ground, chest torn open. Blood soaked the dirt around him. Another clutched a broken arm, trying to hold a spear in his good hand. The alpha prowled at the edge of the ring, larger than the rest, eyes glowing with intent. Rimuru arrived at the edge of that scene and took it in at once. Kennen told him how this was supposed to go. He would use Waterblade. He would beat the alpha with careful moves. He would gain allies through courage and kindness. The sword hummed. Use me. Rimuru felt the weight of the steel in his core, the way the air seemed to bend around its edge even without motion. Magicules flocked to it in thin threads, eager to be shaped. He hesitated for a heartbeat. Waterblade would be safer, less showy, but he could feel how weak that spell would be compared to what sat inside the weapon. The wolves were already lunging. One broke from the circle, fangs open, rushing toward a hobbling goblin at the back. The child behind that goblin closed his eyes. There was no time to test slow methods. Fine. Rimuru let his body move. His slime mass surged forward, the sword rising in a line his mind followed with perfect clarity. The grip slid through his body, set in a position that felt eerily natural, as if he had trained with it for years. He did not call a spell by name. He did not recite any chant. He simply swung. The blade cut across the air between him and the alpha. For a second, nothing seemed to happen. The sword did not glow. There was no colored arc. Instead, the air itself split. A line formed where the edge passed, thin and invisible. He felt a rush of pressure as everything in that path shifted. The alpha took one more step. Then its body came apart. From snout to tail, the wolf separated into two clean halves. Flesh, fur, bone, and magicules all parted without resistance. The cut did not stop there. The line of nothing extended beyond the wolf, through the ground, through a tree, through a small rise in the earth. The tree did not fall at first. It seemed to pause, trunk still upright. Then both sides slid away from each other without sound. The hill behind them now had a deep groove carved right through it, a narrow canyon that had not been there a second before. Wind rushed in to fill the space. Blood did not spray. It seemed to hesitate at the edges of the cut, then spilled in a sheet, soaking the dirt in front of the goblin's feet. The smell hit him at once, thick and metallic. The other wolves froze. For a heartbeat, there was silence. No birds, no breath. Even the goblin children stopped crying. Every eye turned toward Rimuru. The sword drank. He felt it through the grip, a pull on his core. The life that had been in the alpha gathered at the edge of the blade and sank in with no resistance. The taste of iron and wild magic touched his senses. For a strange second, he knew how the wolf had seen the world. The sharpness of smell, the joy of the hunt, the hunger. Then that sense vanished into the cold axis of the steel. Rimuru waited for guilt to rise. It did not. He knew on an intellectual level that he had just erased a living creature with brutal efficiency. His heart rate did not spike. His thoughts did not trip over remorse. He only felt a thin line of unease at the absence. He noticed that, and it made him colder. The remaining wolves backed away, ears flat. The alpha had died in one move without time to yelp. Something in their simple minds knew what that meant. They turned and ran, tails low, vanishing between the trees with their bodies pressed tight to the ground. Rimuru almost followed. The sword certainly wanted him to. He felt the urge ripple along the hilt. Hunt. Finish. No survivors. He held still. The goblins stared at him. Up close, they were even more pitiful. Thin ribs under rough cloth. Shaking hands. Eyes wide, showing the whites all around the irises. Many of them had dropped their spears, which now lay scattered on the ground near their bare feet. The one who had stood at the front, an older goblin with a worn face and missing teeth, slowly sank to his knees. His legs did not simply fold. They failed. He hit the ground hard, then pressed his forehead to the blood-soaked soil. The others followed in a wave. Within moments, every goblin in the clearing knelt. None of them spoke right away. Rimuru felt their fear in the way their magicules shook. They did not see a savior. They saw catastrophe. He remembered how this scene had gone before. Nervous introductions. Gratitude. Laughter. He tried. He cleared his throat out of reflex and remembered again that he had no throat. His voice still came when he wanted it, shaped by magic and the sword. Hi. The sound that came out was not the light tone he aimed for. It was deeper. There was a faint echo in it now, like another voice layered under his own. The effect warped his normal friendly cadence into something that could have come from a demon old as the forest. Half the goblins flinched. One child let out a choked cry and shoved his face harder into the dirt. Rimuru winced inside. Right? This is going well. He forced himself to slow down and tried again. I'm not here to kill you, he said. His words came out steady, even if they fell heavy. The wolves were the ones hunting you. I just dealt with them. No one moved. The older goblin trembled. When he finally spoke, his voice shook so much that some syllables barely formed. Oh Lord. Rimuru watched the title hang in the air. We beg. The goblin swallowed. Please spare us. Rimuru wanted to say there was no need to beg. He wanted to tell them to get up, to laugh, to treat him like in the story he knew. The words caught behind the awareness of how he had just cut a living creature and the ground behind it without even trying. The sword hummed, pleased by the fear. He felt the vibration through every part of his mass. Kneel. The whisper slid through his thoughts. He did not know if it meant the goblins or him. The blade liked this, likes the way heads bowed and backs bent. It fed on respect, laced with terror. Rimuru pressed back against that pulse. Enough. He stepped forward, slowing his movement so as not to splash blood. The goblins shrank down even further. He stopped close enough that the tip of the sword hovered above the dirt between them. Stand up, he said. Calm. You are safe for now. It took several tries before any of them moved. At last the older goblin lifted his head a little, though his eyes never reached Rimurus. His gaze stayed fixed on the blade. Rimuru softened his tone a little. I am called Rimuru Tempest. He paused, listening to his own name echo in the clearing, wrapped now with the weight of a god-slaying sword. What is your name? The goblin hesitated. Then, voice still shaking, re-riggered. That matched the story. The details were different. The role was the same. Rimuru took a slow breath he did not need. Riggered. Your people are wounded. Your village is in danger. You need food, shelter, someone to keep the wolves from coming back. Riggered nodded, so fast his forehead nearly touched the dirt again. Why, yes. Rimuru could already see the path ahead. He would give them a home. They would serve. Except now the dynamic will be based on terror, not trust. The thought sat sour on his tongue. The sword cut into that quickly. They are weak. Tools. Feed. He ignored it. If you wish to live, he said, choosing each word with care. Then serve under me. I will protect this place. In return, you follow my orders. Riggered did not even pretend to consider. He pressed his forehead down again. We accept. Lord Rimuru. We accept. The others echoed him in a shaky chorus. Some voices broke on the words. One small goblin near the front fainted outright, falling sideways into the dirt. No one dared reach to help until Rimuru gave the smallest nod. Humans would have called this loyalty. He knew better. Great sage. He asked in silence. Measure their fear. Estimating. Result. Fear response intensity. High. Respect response. Medium. So they were more afraid than anything else. Rimuru looked at the small group and felt nothing like joy. No pride. Only the bare knowledge that this would make survival simpler. The absence of any stronger feeling bothered him more than he liked. The sword did not care. It pulsed once, pleased. Riggered dared to lift his gaze a little higher, enough to meet the edge of the blade. What is that? Lord. Rimuru followed his stare. It would be easy to say some normal name. To lie. To soften it. He did not. This is Nihility's Fong. The name slid out, heavy and cold. The moment it left his lips, the air in the clearing tightened. Some of the goblins started to shake again. One crossed himself with a gesture that did not belong to any formal faith, only simple fear. Rimuru almost bit back the name. Too late. The sword purred inside his thoughts. You speak me. He refused to answer that. Instead, he stepped back and looked over the injured. We will move, he said briskly. His tone slipped into the same efficient rhythm he had used in his office life when dealing with crises. You have a village nearby. Yes. Lord. Riggered gestured with stiff arms. Then go. Gather your people. We will treat the wounded there. No one goes alone. The wolves may circle back if they think we left. The jab of practical instruction steadied him more than anything else. The sword still hummed, but it tolerated this. It liked motion that led to more blood, and moving the goblins into a cluster made them easier to defend, easier to control. Rimuru filed that thought away with a grim twist. The goblins scrambled to obey. They moved in small groups, some carrying the injured on improvised stretchers made from branches and torn cloth. They avoided stepping near the split corpse of the alpha. None of them looked toward the new cut in the land that stretched away into the trees. Rimuru lingered at the edge of the clearing for a moment. He looked back at the body, at the canyon, at the blood that soaked the soil. He told himself this had been necessary. Quick and clean. Better than many smaller deaths over days. The fact that he felt almost nothing while he thought that brought a slow, heavy dread that even the sword could not eat. He turned away and followed the goblins. As he moved, he felt the world shift around him. Whispering leaves, the slow crunch of feet on soil, the soft whimper of hurt goblins trying not to make noise near him. Static clung to his slime where it brushed the hilt. His core felt heavy, not from fatigue, but from the weight of new titles and the quiet hunger that lived in the metal. The forest ahead was full of chances to build a nation, to change history, to become a guardian. Behind him, the canyon he had carved stayed as a line of absence through the trees, a reminder of what happened when he stopped trying to restrain his swing. The sword whispered again, almost lazy. This is the first cut. Rimuru did not answer. He slid onward with the goblins, toward a village that already saw him as something between god and monster, and tried to hold on to the echo of the man who had once fretted about late reports and game releases, instead of the being who had just erased a wolf and a hill in one swing. The effort felt smaller than it should. He noticed that, too. Rimuru woke to the sound of whispering. He did not sleep in the usual way. His slime body did not need a bed or blanket, but his mind still faded in and out when the village went quiet. Now, as awareness returned, he felt the weight of many eyes turned in his direction. The small camp that had once been a goblin village was grounded in the smell of damp earth, smoke from weak fires, and a metallic hint of old blood that had soaked into the soil where the wolves had attacked. He stirred out of habit, reshaping his body closer to a loose human outline because it made conversation easier. The sword stayed lodged in his center, a simple upright line of black metal that never cooled. Every little shift of his mass slid over the grip and reminded him that it owned a part of his shape now. The whispers cut off the second he moved. Goblins froze in place. One child who had been peeking from behind a half-built fence dropped out of sight, so fast he nearly fell on his face. Rigurd, who had been in the middle of talking to two younger goblins, turned at once and bowed from the waist, his hands shaking. Lord Rimuru. Rimuru watched the way. Even that simple greeting carried fear. Rigurd kept his eyes low. His shoulders trembled, not from cold. The rest of the goblins pretended to work, but their movements went stiff. It was early morning. Mist hung over the rough clearings they had carved out of the forest. A few crude houses stood where there had only been huts a few days before. Logs, stones, and bundles of thatch lay scattered around for future building, but progress was slow. Goblins were not natural builders, even when their hands did not shake. Rimuru rolled his awareness over the village out of habit. Great Sage displayed tiny notes at the edge of his thoughts. Population numbers. Injury reports. Food stores. Nothing looked good. Morning, Rimuru said. His voice came out in that same low, clear tone that still did not sound like him. There was a slight echo to it, as if a second voice spoke under his own. The sword liked to leave its mark on even simple things. Several goblins jumped. One dropped a bundle of sticks. Rimuru felt a small stab of frustration. It did not flare as it should have. The emotion hit a layer of cold inside his chest and dulled. He shoved that aside and focused on Rigurd. How bad is it? Rimuru asked. No need to sugarcoat it. Rigurd swallowed. His throat bobbed. We are trying our best, Lord. The wolves that remain hunt for us, but they obey now. The village still lacks proper houses, clean water, clothing, tools, and medicine. We have used all the herbs we knew. Many are still weak. His voice faltered. He did not add the last part out loud. Rimuru heard it in the pause and the way Rigurd's fingers clenched around the hem of his ragged tunic. They are weak, and we are one disaster away from losing half of them. Rimuru took in the sight of bare feet on cold ground, thin arms hauling logs that were too heavy, and the small pile of meager food near the central fire. The smell of smoke did not hide the scent of hunger. He did not like it. All right, Practical steps, problems with solutions. That was something he could still handle. We need proper tools, cloth, metal, medicine, Rimuru said. Stuff your people cannot make yet. We're not getting that out of trees and broken spears. Rigurd bowed deeper. Yes, Lord, but where will we get such wonders? Rimuru already had the answer. Canon had left him a simple route. There is a city in the mountains, he said. Dwarf country. Skilled smiths. Good traders. If we want this place to stand, I need to go there. The word city sent a ripple through the goblins. Most of them had never seen one. A few exchanged quick, wide-eyed looks, then quickly bent their heads again in case he noticed. Rigurd risked a glance up. Is it safe for them, Lord? Rimuru almost laughed. Safe for them from what? Exactly. Me. Or the sword that eats things through me. Or a dragon that has spent centuries angry and this close to the surface. He held the joke in. The way his voice sounded now would twist it. I am the one who is not safe to be around, he said instead blunt. That is why I am going, not you. I will take a few with me to carry goods. The rest stay and keep building. The wolves guard the village. The sword gave a small, pleased hum inside his chest when he said that. It liked the idea of being the only thing between this place and anything that wanted to eat it. Rigurd's hands dug into his tunic for a second before he forced them to relax. We will obey. May I suggest some escorts, Lord? Rimuru tilted his head. Who? Rigurd gathered himself. Rigor. He is young, but he is strong. A few of the stronger goblins. They know the forest paths. Rimuru considered the request, then nodded once. Fine. Tell them to be ready within the hour. As Rigurd hurried away to shout orders, Rimuru turned his awareness inward. Great sage. Check my own state. Status. The calm voice answered at once. Individual Rimuru Tempest. Physical condition, stable. Magical levels, high. Emotional activity, reduced compared to prior human life baseline. Can we fix that? Rimuru asked. Unknown. Emotional reduction is a side effect of continuous contact with the artifact. Total removal of the artifact may restore baseline, but probability is low. The sword cut in with a low whisper. You do not need fear. You have me. Rimuru wanted to argue that fear was useful. That worry about people was useful. The urge to keep them alive was part of why he was doing any of this. The thought came, solid and clear. The feeling behind it did not match. It was like reading a line about concern rather than feeling it. He did not answer the sword. The goblins gathered quickly. Rigor, a little taller than the others, and wearing an old cloth wrapped like a band around his forehead, stepped forward and knelt. His legs shook, but he held his head a little higher than the rest. Lord, I am ready. Rimuru glanced over the small group. Rigor and 3 other goblins would travel with him. The wolves waited at the edge of the clearing, crouched low, their ears flat each time they looked at the black blade lodged in their lord. He felt the weight of eyes on his back as he turned toward the forest. Hold the village while I am gone, he said. I will bring back what we need. He did not try to make it a promise. He knew better than to guarantee anything now. The forest closed around them as soon as they left the clearing. Trees swallowed the sight of rough huts and fearful goblin eyes. Roots twisted underfoot. The air smelled of wet leaves and old bark. Rigor kept close to Rimuru, clearly torn between pride of being chosen and terror of walking near his lord. Rimuru let the silence stretch. He did not feel the need to fill it with talk like he once would have. His thoughts moved in a functional line from problem to solution. He still joked sometimes because that was a habit, but the urge to chatter had thinned. After a while, Rigor cleared his throat. Lord Rimuru, yeah, Dworgen is far. Will there be many strong people there? Rimuru thought of a certain dwarf king, his aura, his skill, and the sword that now rested inside his chest. Yes, Rimuru said. There will be. Rigor swallowed. Are you not worried? Rimuru considered the question. Once, the idea of being surrounded by armed strangers would have made his heart pound. Now, he felt only a faint tick of caution. Worried enough to pay attention, he said. Not enough to turn back. Rigor seemed unsure how to take that. He nodded anyway. The journey passed in short jumps. They cut through forest, then rocky ground, then the base of the mountains, without dwelling on each step. Rigor led with local knowledge. Great Sage corrected his route when needed. The wolves kept the path clear. Whenever small monsters slipped too close, a simple glance from Rimuru and the quiet hum of the sword were enough to send them scrambling away. By the time the stone walls of Dworgen rose ahead, the goblins were breathing hard. Their shoulders shone with sweat. Rimuru felt no real fatigue. His body was a knot of magicules and steel that did not care about long walks. Dworgen clung to the mountain, its walls hewn from dark rock. Massive gates towered at the base, set with thick metal bars and guarded by dwarves in gleaming armor. Smoke rose from vents near the top of the mountain where forges burned deep inside. The air smelled of hot metal and ale. The closer Rimuru came, the more the sword stirred. Many hearts, it murmured. Many veins. Many throats. Calm down, Rimuru said under his breath. Rigger flinched, thinking the words were meant for him. Lord, talking to the things stuck in me, Rimuru said. Not you. Rigger did not look reassured. They approached the gate. A line of merchants and travelers waited in front. Carts piled with goods, adventurers with gear, and simple villagers all edged away as soon as Rimuru drew near. The change in the air was clear. Conversations dropped into quiet mutters. People shifted, making an open space around him without even thinking about it. The gate guards noticed the effect. One dwarf with a thick beard and a scar running across one cheek stepped forward, hand resting on his sword. His armor clinked softly. Halt, he said. State your name and purpose. Rimuru could feel the eyes of everyone at the gate on him now. Rigger and the other goblins dropped to one knee on instinct. The wolves crouched low. I am Rimuru Tempest, he said. I came to trade. My village needs supplies. He tried to keep his tone steady, normal. He shifted the sword a little so it sat more like luggage than a threat, though it still passed through his slime body. The dwarf guard squinted, his gaze stuck on the blade. What is that weapon? A problem, Rimuru said before he could stop himself. Then he added, just call his sword. I'm not here to start anything. Before the guard could answer, something behind him began to buzz. Rimuru turned his head a little. A squat stone pillar stood near the gate, covered in glowing lines and set with a crystal orb at the top. He had seen something similar in the old show, a device for measuring magicules and strength. The buzzing grew into a sharp whine. The orb lit up. Numbers flickered across a panel on the side in rapid bursts. The glow shifted from calm blue to harsh white. One of the other guards said. Boss, the sensor is doing something weird. The scarred dwarf took one look over his shoulder and swore under his breath. That thing has never gone that bright. The pitch climbed higher. The orb cracked down the middle with a sound like ice under strain. Hairline fractures spidered through the glass. Magicules poured off the device in waves, pushed out by the overload. Rimuru winced at the sound. The sword hummed in clear interest. Great sage, Rimuru asked inside his head. Reading, the system answered. Existence value output exceeded the safe threshold. Device cannot measure current level. It is attempting to calculate and failing. So in short, it thought he was off the chart. The orb shattered. Shards of glass rained down. The glowing lines on the pillar flickered, then died. For a moment there was silence. Then alarms rang out from the wall. Bells clanged. Red lights flared along the battlements. The guard's reaction was immediate. The scarred dwarf drew his sword. Others raised spears and magic guns. Lines of soldiers streamed from doors along the wall, forming rows that pointed inward. Rigger and the other goblins froze, eyes huge. One of them whispered prayer. The wolves bared their teeth, but did not move, pinned in place by Rimuru's silent command. Rimuru lifted both hands slightly, palms open, to show they were empty. The sword stayed lodged in his body, point resting on the ground. This looks worse than it is, he said. I did not break your toy on purpose. Toy broke because of you. The guard snapped. His knuckles were white on the hilt of his sword. Sweat beaded at his hairline in spite of the cool mountain air. No one just walks up and makes a sensor melt. Who are you really? I already told you, Rimuru said. He could hear his own voice come out calm, but it did not feel like a choice. The dullness the sword spread through his chest kept any sharp panic from rising. I'm a slime. I have some skills. That is all. I need to see your king to arrange trade. That is it. Your existence value reads as a disaster class threat, the dwarf retorted. No one with numbers like that walks in and has a friendly talk. The soldiers tightened their ring around Rimuru and his small group. Magic guns hummed as they charged. The air took on a faint tang of ozone. The sword vibrated. Kill them, it whispered. Preempt. Sever. Rimuru felt the pull to act first, to swing once and let the world cut in front of him like the clearing had. He held the urge back. I'm not here to fight, he said. But if you keep pointing weapons at my people, this will go bad for everyone. Slowly, the truth in that made the sword purr. The scarred guard swallowed. He was sweating more now, but he did not back down. Orders from above, he said. You're coming inside under watch. If you try anything, we shoot first. Rimuru almost said no. Then he remembered how much his village needed. If he walked away now, he would still have to find some other way to get tools and medicine. This was the fastest path. Fine, he said. Lead the way. He let them surround him. Soldiers moved in a cautious ring as they guided the group through the massive gate and into the city. Dworgen was as busy as he remembered from the show, but sound died wherever he went. Dwarves who had been laughing outside taverns went quiet as he passed. Smiths paused mid-swing, hammers halfway to anvils. The ring of metal on metal lagged behind him like an echo. Shop signs, lanterns, and pipes lined the main street. The air was filled with the smell of smoke, oil, and hot iron. All of it pressed against the weight of his aura and the sword's presence and lost. Rimuru wondered what it looked like from outside. A monster that moved like a man, wrapped around a sword that sucked sound out of the air. City of Silence, he thought. Fitting. They did not take him to a cell. Instead, after a short march, they ushered him into a wide hall with tall metal pillars and banners hanging from the ceiling. The room was bright in a simple way, lit by magic crystals. Rows of armored dwarves lined the sides. In the center, a clear space waited. At the far end, on a raised platform, stood King Gazel Dwargo. Rimuru had seen that stern face on a screen once. The man was even more solid in reality. Black hair tied back, sharp eyes a sword at his side. His aura sat under his skin like a coiled storm. He watched Rimuru with the patience of someone used to reading people who thought they could lie to him. The guard stopped a respectful distance from the platform. Your Majesty, the scarred guard said, bowing. The censors flagged this one as a disaster class. He requested an audience for trade. The gate device broke when he got near it. Gazel did not look at the guard. His attention never left Rimuru. Rimuru met his eyes and held them. The weight of that gaze felt different from the fear of the goblins or the hunger of the sword. It carried judgment, but also calculation. So, Gazel said at last. His voice was low and controlled. A slime with the existence value of a calamity. And a sword that makes my wards whine like sick dogs. Rimuru gave a small shrug. You make it sound dramatic when you say it like that. A faint murmur ran along the line of soldiers at the sides. Jokes in front of the king were not common. Gazel's mouth did not smile. Something in his eyes shifted just a bit. You claim you came to trade, the king said. Not to test my defenses. If I wanted to test your defenses, this would look different, Rimuru said. It came out before he could filter it. He watched the words land and forced himself not to flinch. My people need supplies. Metal, cloth, tools, medicine. They are weak and hungry. I came to buy, not pick a fight. And the sword? Gazel asked. What do you call that thing? Rimuru hesitated. He remembered how speaking the real name in front of the goblins had changed the air. He also knew lying here would be pointless. Gazel would feel it. This is Nihility's Fong, Rimuru said. The effect was immediate. Magicules in the hall shuddered. The lights dimmed for a second, as if something pulled at their power. Several dwarves stiffened. One dropped his spear. Sweat broke out across foreheads that had been calm a moment before. Gazel's hand moved to the hilt of his own sword. Great sage, Rimuru asked inside. Reaction indicates prior knowledge, the system answered. Gazel stepped down from the platform. Each footfall was heavy and precise. The soldiers on either side shifted to clear his path. He stopped a few paces in front of Rimuru. Up close, the difference in height was clear. Gazel was still shorter than a human average, but Rimuru's half-shaped slime body did not claim much space. The sword in his chest made up for it. I have heard that name only in old records, Gazel said. A blade sealed by the creator himself. It was supposed to stay buried under a dragon. Yet here you stand with it in my hall. Rimuru did not bother trying to deny it. The cave was crowded, he said. I freed the dragon. The sword came with me, whether I liked it or not. Gazel drew in a breath. His fingers tightened on his own sword. You freed Veldora. The way he said the name made even some of the soldiers twitch. Yes, then you are not just a disaster. You are a walking endpoint. Rimuru frowned. That is a bit harsh, do you not think? Gazel shook his head once. I will test you, he said. Words are nothing. If you stand where you claim, you can meet my blade without breaking this city. The sword inside Rimuru hummed with sharp interest. Except, it whispered. Cut him. Cut his title. Cut his breath. Rimuru considered refusing. Then he saw the set of Gazel's jaw and knew that would go worse. The king needed to see for himself what stood in his hall. If Rimuru walked away without showing anything, Dworgen would treat him as a hidden bomb instead of a known one. Fine, Rimuru said. Just remember you asked. Gazel gave a wordless order. The dwarf along the sides raised their weapons, then withdrew a few steps to give them space. The hall went utterly quiet. The king's aura flared. Rimuru felt it like a hard push against his skin. Heroic presence washed out from Gazel, a pressure that made even the air seem to stand straighter. Soldiers who had been nervous relaxed a little as their king's power settled over them. Heroic aura, great sage noted calmly. To Rimuru, it felt like standing in front of a flood. To the sword, it felt like a challenge. Nihility's Fong reacted at once. Cold power surged from the blade outward. The metal in his chest drank in Gazel's aura, turned it over, and pushed back a wave of nothing. It was not raw force. It was the absence of force. Where it met the king's pressure, the air went still. The two powers pushed against each other in the center of the hall. The place where they met became a narrow field of thin, sharp quiet. Rimuru raised a hand in warning. Careful, he said. Do not push too hard. This thing does not have a limiter. Gazel did not answer. He stepped in and drew his sword in a clean, practiced motion. His blade gleamed with condensed energy, the edge bright and sure. Gazel Dwargo, great sage murmured, known as Hero King. Sword skill exceptional. Caution advised. Rimuru set his own stance without thinking about it. His slime body hardened around the grip of Nihility's Fong, giving him a simple, stable form. The sword slid forward, still held upright, its edge pointed slightly down. Gazel moved first. He came in low, fast for his build, sword sweeping in a clean arc aimed at Rimuru's torso. Rimuru started a parry. The blade inside him decided that was not enough. Cold rose from the hilt and shot down his arm. For one split second, his muscles were not his. The sword twisted his wrist a little higher, angling the edge for a killing cut. The line of the attack changed. If he let it complete, his own blade would meet Gazel's and pass through everything in its way. Sword, arm, chest thrown, maybe half the hall behind him. Rimuru saw all that in a flash of clear, detached understanding. He forced his fingers to open. His grip loosened just enough that the sword could not take full control. He shifted his arm at the last instant, turning the swing into a shallow slice rather than a full severing stroke. The blades met. There was no clash of metal. Gazel's sword simply fell apart from point to hilt where it met Nihility's Fong. The king's cut lost all strength as the edge became a useless line of separate pieces that dropped to the floor in slow motion. The killing line did not reach his chest. Instead, it skated across the heroic aura that wrapped him and sheared it away in a single breath. The air around Gazel went from bright and heavy to shockingly empty. The invisible field that had supported his soldiers vanished. For a heartbeat, no one understood what they had seen. Then the broken pieces of the king's blade hit the floor with a series of dull clinks. Gasps ripped through the watching soldiers. Gazel staggered a half step back, eyes wide. He stared at the ruined remains of his sword, then at the narrow line in the floor where Nihility's Fong's edge had continued. A shallow groove ran from Rimuru's feet to the wall behind the platform, cutting through stone and metal as if they had been paper. Silence pressed down harder. Even the faint sound from outside the hall could no longer be heard. The sword inside Rimuru purred in hungry satisfaction. That was nothing, it whispered. Let me cut deeper. Rimuru ignored it and looked at Gazel. Now you know, he said quietly. If I stop paying attention, this thing will kill kings on its own. Gazel's breath came a little faster. Sweat beaded at his brow. He was not shaken just because his blade had been cut. He had felt his own aura severed. Something that made him who he was had been sliced away for a second. The pain of that did not show in blood. It showed in the way he looked at Rimuru now. You barely moved, Gazel said. Correct. Great Sage agreed in Rimuru's head. Rimuru gave a small, humorless smile. I try to move less. Trust me. That was me holding it back. Gazel looked down at the broken sword in his hand, then let the pieces fall completely. He straightened slowly. When he spoke again, his voice was steady, but there was a grim set to it. You are a catastrophe waiting to happen, he said. Whether you wish it or not. Rimuru could not argue. I still have a village to keep alive, he said. Catastrophe or not. Gazel was quiet for a long moment. The soldiers lining the hall stayed rigid and silent, too afraid to even shift their weight. At last the king spoke. You want trade. You will have it. Weapons, tools, cloth, medicine. Dworgen will send them to your forest on regular caravans. Rimuru's shoulders loosened a fraction in relief. Thank you. Gazel held up a hand. You are not listening. You will not come back here. Not walk these streets. Not stand under this roof. You are banished from this city. Rigor choked on air behind him. Rimuru watched Gazel's face. There was no malice there. Only hard caution. You will receive goods, Gazel continued. But those are not gifts of friendship. Consider them tribute paid to a natural disaster. As long as we keep you supplied, you have one less reason to look in our direction. The words hit with more weight than an insult would have. He was not a friend, not a partner, not even an enemy. He was a hazard to be managed. Rimuru felt a flicker of something like hurt. It faded quickly under the sword's cold spread, but he noticed it. That is one way to frame a business deal, he said. His mouth still wanted to make light of it. But fine. I do not enjoy crowds anyway. Gazel stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Rimuru and the nearest guards could hear. I will also warn the other nations, he said. Not about your name, about your presence. When they see the caravans, they will know we are buying our own safety. You will gain what you want for your people. You will lose any chance at normal diplomacy. Rimuru looked down at his own hands, at the sword that rested inside his chest. Normal was already gone the moment I touched this, he said. The sword did not disagree. The audience ended without ceremony. Gazel snapped orders, and his people moved at once. A steward recorded the list of needed goods. Another group began to arrange wagon schedules. No one asked for silver or coin. The price was clear. Do not come here again. Do not point that sword our way. By the time Rimuru and his small group reached the city gate again, the street had gone quiet in that strange way that followed him. Dwarves watched from windows and doorways as he passed. Their eyes were wide and careful. No one jeered. No one called out. He could not decide if that felt better or worse than open hate. Outside the gate, in the shadow of the mountain, Rigor finally spoke up. His voice shook. Lord Rimuru, I am sorry. This is my fault. If I had not led you there, they would not have banished you. Rimuru shook his head. They would have reacted this way no matter what. They saw what we are. Panic would have followed sooner or later. He let his body relax a little now that the city's pressure was behind them. The sword quieted a notch, no longer pressed against so many potential targets. Besides, Rimuru added, we got what we needed. Tools, cloth, medicine. Even if the price came with an insult, it was not a bad deal. Rigor still looked miserable. They are afraid of you. Good, the sword whispered. Fear keeps them from trying to chain us. Rimuru did not say that part out loud. Let them be afraid, he said instead. Our people will eat because of it. He turned toward the forest. The journey back to the goblin village passed with fewer words. Rigor and the others were tired and quiet. The wolves trotted ahead, ears twitching. Rimuru walked in the center of the group, the sword balanced, his mind already pushing ahead to the next problem. They were halfway home when the ambush came. The air changed first. Leaves rustled in a pattern that did not match the wind. The wolves slowed, then stopped entirely, hackles up, teeth bared in low growls. Rimuru halted. Great Sage placed a clean note in his mind. High magicule presence detected ahead. Multiple signatures. Source unknown. Caution advised. Yeah, I guessed, Rimuru muttered. Rigor's hand went to his crude spear. His knuckles went white. "Lord, stay behind me," Rimuru said. "Do not run. If they want to talk, we talk. If they want to fight, we end it fast." Shapes stepped out of the trees. Tall figures in torn armor, skin tinted a dark red, horns curving from their foreheads. Ogres. They moved with the confidence of trained fighters. Their eyes locked on the sword before they even finished clearing the tree line. There were 6 in total. At the front, a young man with red hair tied back and a serious face. To his side, a tall woman with violet hair and sharp eyes. Behind them, the rest fanned out, forming a loose half-circle that surrounded Rimuru's group. The red-haired one spoke, voice tight. "Found you." His gaze burned with anger. Magicules flared around his fists. Rimuru lifted one hand in a casual wave. "Hey," he said. "I know this looks ominous, but we just spent all our social points getting thrown out of the city. I would love to skip more drama today." The ogres did not laugh. "You match the description," the red-haired one said. "A monster in the forest with a sword that cuts the air and leaves silence. Our village was destroyed by a Magian with a dark aura. You smell the same." Rimuru felt the goblin's contract behind him. Great Sage supplied a simple thought. Probability high that they mistake you for the one who attacked them. "Thanks," Rimuru said dryly in his own head. "I noticed." The violet-haired ogre stepped forward. Her hands rested on twin blades at her hips. Her posture was steady, eyes cold. "State your name," she said. "Rimuru Tempest," he answered. Magicules spiked. Several of the ogres clenched their teeth. Pain flashed across their faces for a second. The name seemed to drag against some fresh wound. "The Magian called himself that," the red-haired one said. His voice shook now with remembered anger. "Rimuru, the demon of the forest." Rimuru blinked. "Great," he muttered. "There's already a fake version of me ruining my brand." The sword hummed with amusement at that, twisted and low. He raised his voice again. "I did not attack your village," he said, direct. "We have not met before today. I am sorry for what happened to your people, but you have the wrong target." The ogres did not lower their weapons. "You stand with the same presence," the woman said. "Your aura feels like a knife in my throat. You carry a blade that eats light. Excuses mean nothing." The red-haired one nodded once. "We will not waste time. Prepare yourself." Magian. Flames gathered around his hands. Rimuru sighed in his head. "Of course," he said softly. "It was never going to be easy." The sword thrummed, eager. "Let me answer," it whispered. "They draw knives on us. We answer in kind." Rimuru set his feet. "Goblins, stay back," he said over his shoulder. "If you move past me, you'll die faster than you can scream." The warning did what he needed. Rigger and the others scrambled behind him, pressing their backs to a tree. The wolves spread out a little to guard them, low growls constant. Rimuru turned back to the ogres and raised his voice. "This is the last offer," he said. "Walk away. We do not have to do this." The red-haired leader bared his teeth. Benimaru of the ogres does not run from the monster who destroyed his home. Fire roared to life around him. Heat washed across the clearing. The air smelled of smoke and scorched leaves. "Hellflare," Great Sage announced. The spell formed quickly. A sphere of condensed flame, dense and bright, pulsed above Benimaru's open palm. The heat coming off it was enough to make the goblins flinch even from behind the tree. Rimuru watched the growing fire and felt the sword stir in sharp pleasure. "Heat to cut," Nihility's Fong murmured. "Flame to drink." Benimaru hurled the spell. The blazing sphere flew across the clearing in a straight line, lighting up every tree it passed. Rimuru could have dodged. He could have used his slime body to absorb some of the impact. Instead, he stepped forward and brought the sword up in a simple motion. The flat of the blade met the spell. The world snapped into clean sensory pieces. The heat hit his skin. The roar of the spell filled his ears. The smell of burned air scorched his nose. Then the sword drank. Flame folded inward, compressed along the flat of the metal, as if someone pressed clay into a mold. The roaring sphere shrank to a thin line of light, then vanished, dragged into the cold heart of the blade without leaving a trace. The air cooled instantly. The burn mark on the ground in front of him was a simple black circle. No molten rock, no ash. Benimaru stared, breath caught. Sweat dripped down his temple. The sword shivered in delight. "More," it whispered. "Another." Again, Rimuru let his arm drop slightly, keeping the blade between himself and the ogres. His voice stayed calm. I told you, he said. You do not want this fight. The other ogres did not listen. A tall, muscular one with a massive club roared and charged. His footsteps shook the ground. A shorter one darted to the side with blazing speed, chain-like weapon whirling. The woman drew her twin swords, aura sharpening like twin lines of pressure. Rimuru did not move his feet. The club came down first. The air shook with the force of the swing. Rimuru brought the sword up in a short, economical motion. The edge met the club with a faint hiss. Wood and metal separated into neat slices that slid off his blade and dropped to the ground in several useless pieces. The impact that had been behind the strike went nowhere. The ogre stumbled forward with nothing in his hands, eyes wide. Rimuru shifted his wrist. The sword's edge kissed the air a hair's breadth from the ogre's chest. Stop, Rimuru said. The chain weapon slashed toward his side. He tilted the blade slightly, grazing the links. They fell apart mid-swing, broken into dozens of clean, tiny sections that dropped in a harmless rain. The wielder skidded back, hands raised now empty. The woman came in with twin blades. Her strikes were precise, aimed at joints, eyes, throat. Rimuru did not match every blow with an obvious parry. He let the sword project a thin field around its edge, a strip of barely visible distortion. Whenever her blades crossed that line, they lost a sliver of length. After the third exchange, she stared at the uneven stubs in her hands, shock finally cracking through her calm. You are still alive, Rimuru said quietly. That means I'm being very patient. Benimaru's face twisted. He gathered power again, determination and anger pushing past fear. The flames around his hands flared even brighter than before, tinged with something dark. Enough, Rimuru said, sharper. The word carried power now. Magicules rode on the sound. The sword liked command. It let his voice sink into things. The flames guttered for a moment, as if someone had pinched them. Benimaru forced the spell back up through sheer will. Rimuru sighed. Fine. My turn. He raised the sword just enough that its point hovered at chest level. He did not reach for a named spell. He simply let a narrow strand of energy slip along the edge and out. Pressure spread from him in a slow, controlled circle. The air grew heavy, not with heat, but with the knowledge of how easily anything inside that space could be separated. It was not pure killing intent. It was the awareness of a blade at the base of your neck and the certainty that any sudden movement would see it buried in your spine. The ogres felt it at once. Muscles locked, breath caught, sweat ran cold down backs. Two of them dropped to one knee without meaning to, their legs no longer obeying the command to stand. Death pressure field formed. Great sage noted. Rimuru watched their faces. Pride, anger, and fear warred in their eyes. Underneath, all that was something else. Desperation. Enough of it that they had gone after a being they did not understand, because the alternative was sitting still while their grief rotted them from the inside. He understood that feeling, even if his own emotions were dulled. I will say this again, Rimuru said, steady. I did not attack your village, but I am done playing the nice guy who lets people stab him to prove a point. You have seen what this sword does. You felt what I can do without taking a step. You have two choices now. He lifted the sword a fraction higher. The line of the cut it could make was clear in his mind. He could end them all in a second. Choice one, he said. You keep trying to kill me. I stop holding back. You die here. Your village gets no revenge, no justice, nothing. Just 6 more bodies on the ground. Benimaru's jaw clenched. He did not look away. Choice two, Rimuru continued. You accept that the world is worse than you thought. You work with me. I find the one who actually did this to you. I put this sword through them instead. You get your revenge and a place to stand where monsters will think twice before taking another swing at your people. Silence stretched. The weight of his field pressed on their bones. The goblins behind him held their breath. The wolves stayed perfectly still for bristling. The violet-haired woman spoke first, voice low. You are asking us to serve the thing that feels like the one who ruined us. Rimuru met her eyes. I'm saying you can die angry right now, or live angry and aim it at someone who deserves it. Benimaru's hands stopped shaking. He studied Rimuru for a long moment, his gaze tracing the sword, the calm expression, the still stance. He looked at the goblins huddled behind him, then at his own people breathing hard and sweating with effort just to stay upright under the pressure. He lowered his hands. The remnants of flame around them winked out. "I hate this," he said, honest. "Everything in me says you are the same monster." Rimuru nodded once. "I cannot change how I feel to you by talking, only by what I do from here." Benimaru sucked in a breath that shook. He let out slowly. "Then I will gamble," he said. "We will serve you. But if I ever see you turn that blade on the innocent for fun, I will try to take your head even if it kills me." The field around them contracted slightly. Rimuru eased the pressure without fully dropping it. The sword hissed in faint dislike at the idea of being questioned. "Accepted," Rimuru said. "I can live with that." The violet-haired woman looked at Benimaru, then nodded once. "If our leader chooses this path, I follow. My name is Cheyenne. I will watch. If you go too far, I will remind Benimaru of this promise." Something in her eyes, sharp and focused, lingered on the sword for a fraction too long. The blade responded with a faint, pleased vibration. It liked the way she looked at it. Slowly, one by one, the ogres lowered their broken weapons, then knelt. Their movements were not smooth reverence like the goblins. They knelt like warriors who still carried a grudge in their muscles. Rimuru let the pressure ease a little more. He could feel sweat cooling on his own skin, though his body did not really need to sweat. The fight had not been hard. The hard part had been holding the sword back. His fingers still ached from the effort of not letting it guide every cut. "Stand," he said. "We will go back to my village. You can rest and eat there. After that, we plan what comes next." Benimaru rose slowly. His eyes still burned, but now the anger had a direction. "If this is a trick," he said, "you will regret making it." Rimuru gave him a thin smile. "If I wanted to trick you, you would already be unconscious inside my stomach." The ogres did not entirely understand that reference, but they understood the tone. They moved as a group now. Rimuru took the lead this time, with Benimaru at his side and Shine a step behind him. The remaining ogres fanned out to guard the flanks. Goblins and wolves took up the rear. The forest seemed to watch them go, the leaves whispering above, the path ahead still quiet in the way that followed Rimuru's steps. By the time they reached the village, the sun had dipped lower. Smoke rose from small fires. Goblins working on new buildings froze again when they saw the tall horned figures walking next to their lord. Fear spiked, then damped when they saw the ogres were not attacking. Rigurd hurried forward, bowing so low his nose almost touched the ground. "Lord Rimuru, you are safe. These people are subordinates," Rimuru said. The word felt strange in his mouth. As of today, Rigurd's eyes widened. He took in the sight of Benimaru's hard stare, Cheyenne's sharp smile, and the others standing straight despite clear fatigue. "If they are under you, they're under me," Rimuru said. "Make sure they have food and a place to rest. They have lost more than we have." Rigurd bobbed his head at once. "Yes, Lord." The goblins moved to obey. Some did not dare get close to the ogres at first. The ogres watched the goblins with a mix of confusion and wary respect. Rimuru pulled back a little, moving to the edge of the central clearing. The sword pulsed quietly, pleased by the blood and fear it had tasted. "Great sage," Rimuru said. "Next step, naming." "Affirmative," the system replied. "Warning, direct contact between naming magic and the artifact may cause mutation." "Explain mutation," Rimuru said. "Potential increase in aggression, alteration of racial traits, and alignment shift toward destructive impulses," Great Sage answered. The sword's voice slid in at the edge. "Share names bind. I will stain them. Strong retains some self. Weak drown." Rimuru watched Benimaru talk quietly with the others. Their faces were lined with loss that had not yet turned numb. He thought of the goblins, thin and hopeful. He thought of Dworgen, treating him like a volcano they had decided not to climb. He needed strong people. He also did not want to turn every ally into a mindless butcher. "I will control it," Rimuru said, mostly to himself. "If it tries to push them too far, I will cut that link." The sword did not argue. He gathered everyone in the center of the village before night finish falling. Goblins, ogres, and wolves formed a rough circle. Torches flickered, sending shadows across faces that watched him with a mix of awe and fear. Rimuru stood in the middle, the sword gleaming faintly in the torchlight. "You live under my protection now," he said. "That means we do this properly. From this moment, we are not just a scattered group hiding in the forest. We are building something that will stand." He pointed the tip of the sword at Benimaru. "You," he said, "step forward." Benimaru did, shoulders squared. He met Rimuru's gaze without flinching. "Your current name is Benimaru," Rimuru said. "It is a good name already. But as my subordinate, you will carry something more. I name you Benimaru Dark Oni." Magic rushed at once. Naming was not just a word. It was a pact. Power flowed from Rimuru through his core, through the sword, and into Benimaru. The difference this time was immediate. The magic that left him was not clean. It passed through the cold heart of Nihilides' Fong and picked up a shadow. When it reached Benimaru, it slammed into him like a physical blow. Benimaru dropped to one knee, teeth clenched. His breath came harsh. Dark lines traced across his skin for a second, like veins filled with ink. His horns lengthened and sharpened. His aura flared, then tightened, taking on a heavier edge. Rimuru felt his own body lurch under the strain. His vision swam. The sword drank some of the excess power and grew warmer. "Evolution complete," Great Sage reported. "Race change. Ogre to Dark Oni. Emotional profile altered. Increased aggression potential. Increased leadership instinct." Benimaru rose slowly. His eyes had changed. The red was deeper now, glinting like cooled lava. He bowed with controlled precision. "Lord Rimuru," he said. His voice was lower, steady. "I feel your power. I will not waste it." There was gratitude there, but also a new sharpness. A part of him had moved closer to the edge. Rimuru turned to the woman next. "Cheyenne," he said. "Come here." She stepped in without hesitation, chin high, eyes bright. She looked almost eager. "I name you Cheyenne," he said, letting the power build again. "Wicked Oni." The surge hit even harder this time. Cheyenne's back arched. She let out a short gasp that sounded dangerously close to a laugh. Her horns sharpened. Her aura twisted, gaining a strange mix of holy glow and dark hunger. Rimuru felt something tug at her mind through the naming link. The sword pushed a little too far, trying to stain her soul a shade closer to its own. He clenched his grip on the hilt and shoved back. "You get power, not ownership," he snapped at the blade in his head. For a moment, the pressure increased. Nihilides' Fong wanted to drown this one. Then it eased, the energy flow stabilizing. Shine dropped to one knee, chest heaving. When she lifted her head, a slow smile spread across her face. "I can hear it," she whispered. "That song in your blade. It is beautiful." That was not exactly the reaction he had hoped for. Emotional alignment altered, Great Sage noted. Increased tolerance for violence. Increased devotion toward artifact host. The rest of the ogres came in one by one. Each naming drew power, twisted by the sword into something a little darker, heavier, more dangerous. Ranga received a small boost as well when Rimuru called him closer, dark lightning flickering briefly along his fur. By the time it was done, Rimuru's body felt heavy. His mind fuzzed at the edges. The goblins had fallen asleep where they sat, unable to handle the wave of magic that had washed over the village. Several ogres lay on the ground, passed out, their bodies busy remaking themselves. The village was quiet, too quiet. No insects chirped. The fires crackled softly, the only normal sound. Rimuru moved to the edge of the clearing and sat, letting his slime body settle around the sword like water around a pole. He set the blade's point gently into the packed earth and watched the way the ground around it darkened just a shade as void energy seeped into it. "Great Sage," he said, "log this. Benimaru is voice of reason. If I start ignoring him, warn me." "Affirmative," the system replied. At the other side of the clearing, Benimaru stood, watch even though he had only just finished evolving. His posture was stiff, face thoughtful. Cheyenne sat near Rimuru, eyes never leaving the sword. The village slept under the weight of new power and old fear. Rimuru looked up at the night sky, peeking through the gaps in the trees. Stars glimmered, cold and steady. He tried to feel comfort in them, and found only a distant, glass-like awareness. "City of Silence," he murmured. The words fit the stillness. A place where people spoke in whispers, where laughter died before it could rise, where even joy bent around the presence of a blade that cut sound along with flesh. The sword pulsed once, satisfied. "This is only the beginning," it said. Rimuru's grip tightened on the hilt. "I know," he answered. "That is what scares me." He waited for the fear to rise. It did not. Only the memory of what fear used to feel like passed through his mind, thin and distant. He noticed that. He held on to the noticing, as if that alone could keep him from sliding further. In the center of the village, goblins and ogres slept under the same dark sky, bound by a name and a sword that promised safety at the cost of something none of them could yet see. The march started in mud and hunger. Rimuru stood at the front of the column and watched the mist roll over the marshland. The air was thick and damp, the ground soft enough that every step left a print that filled slowly with dark water. The smell was a mix of wet earth and rotting plants, but underneath that lay something else. The smell of too many bodies. Sweat, breath, desperation. Great Sage sat quiet in the back of his mind, recording numbers he did not need to see. Tens of thousands of orcs ahead. Lizard men scattered through the swamp. His own forces in a thin line behind him. Goblin riders on train wolves. Kijin in proper armor. A few simple carts loaded with food and spare weapons. Behind all of that, the village he had built. The place that would starve if the marsh turned into a graveyard and the orc lord kept walking. He shifted his grip on the sword without thinking. Nihility's fong rested against his shoulder, the tip tracing a faint line in the air. Even that small movement made the aura around him tighten. Benimaru stepped up on his right side. He wore armor that actually fit him now, black and red plates that sat over his new dark Oni body. His horns had grown, his hair burned like coal. He moved like he had grown into his own skin overnight, but there was a line between his brows that never went away. "Scouts report more orcs every time they circle," Benimaru said. His voice stayed steady, but his hand flexed on the hilt at his waist. "They are pushing everything ahead of them. Monsters, animals, even the water. The marsh is changing." Rimuru could feel it without the report. Magicules in the air moved in a strange pattern. A steady pull in one direction. A gnawing sensation along his senses. "Starve," Great Sage supplied calmly. "Unique skill detected. Area effect. Induces constant hunger. Drains stamina. Increases cannibalistic impulses in subjects. Spread radius rising." Rimuru rolled that information around in his head and felt nothing like fear, just the clear shapes of risk. His people could be pulled into that frenzy if they got caught too deep. Goblins did not have the will to fight a curse like that. Even Kijin could slip. "Good thing we brought the biggest appetite on the field then," he said. The sword hummed in faint amusement. On the left, Cheyenne rode an enormous wolf with her legs thrown over one side, as if she sat on a bench. Her new wicked Oni form made her aura sharp, almost playful. Purple hair tied back, armor plates strapped on badly, but held by sheer stubbornness. She grinned at the swamp like it had insulted her. "This place smells awful," she said. "Perfect for a slaughter." Rimuru did not bother scolding her. The goblin rider, clinging to the wolf behind her, was already pale enough. Sui moved in shadows along the right flank, silent and almost invisible even to Rimuru's senses. Shuna sat near the wagons, hands folded, keeping a small calming barrier over the most nervous goblins. Ranga padded ahead of everyone, fur bristling, ears twitching at every distant splash. The column was long, but it felt small compared to the pressure ahead. "Any answer from the lizard men yet?" Rimuru asked. Sui emerged from nowhere at his side, blue hair still and eyes unreadable. Some mud clung to his boots. He bowed his head slightly. "They are watching us," he said, "but they will not meet with you." Their chief ordered a full retreat deeper into the marsh. "He believes we are a second disaster." "Smart chief," the sword whispered in his mind. Benimaru grimaced. "They will not join the battle at all. They will hide and hope the storm passes," Sui said. Some young ones talked about fighting beside us. Their elders shut them up. Rimuru let out a slow breath. The air tasted heavy and wet. They saw Dworgen's caravans, he said. They heard the name the dwarves gave me, the demon of Jura. Catastrophe. Walking in point. It did not bother him on its own. What bothered him, in the thin, distant way he still felt bothered, was that the names were accurate. We could try to approach them anyway, Shuna said quietly from the wagon. Explain. Show we could be reasoned with. Rimuru thought of the silent city, Gazel's broken sword, the way alarms had screamed the second he stepped near Censor. He thought of the lizard scouts Sui had described, shaking just from feeling his presence in the distance. They have already decided what I am, he said. If I push harder, it becomes bullying. If I leave them, they at least have a chance to survive if we win. Benimaru's jaw flexed. And if we lose, everything dies anyway. Then they will not blame me for breaking their doors first, Rimuru said. The joke came out flat. Cheyenne still snorted. Boss, you do not lose, she said. The only thing that loses is the ground in front of you. The sword liked that line. It sent a pleased shiver up his arm. The marsh thickened as they moved. The water rose past their ankles, then up to knees in some spots. Ranga and the wolves handled it by sheer strength. Goblins clung to their backs and tried not to look down at the dark water. The Kijin walked with grim patience, each step calculated. By the time the light started to fade, they had to stop or risk walking blindly into the orc army. They set camp on a slightly raised patch of land where the ground stayed almost dry. Trees bent overhead, their roots curling over the muddy bank. The sound of distant marching feet and dull grunts came from the mist ahead. Orcs, many of them. Rimuru watched his people move. No one joked around the fires. Goblins built tents with quick, jerking hands. Kijin checked weapons and armor in silence. Even the wolves lay with their heads up, eyes fixed on the mist. The camp was quiet, not because they were disciplined veterans, but because they were afraid of him and what waited in the dark. Shuna moved among the goblins with bowls of thin stew. She smiled at each of them, soft and tired. Her magic kept the food warm and the air a bit cleaner, but even she shot quick glances toward Rimuru now and then, as if checking he was still himself. Sui stood at the edge of camp, watching the mist. His shadow clones were already out there, collecting information. Every so often he tilted his head, listening to a report that did not reach anyone else. Benimaru came to stand by the main fire, close enough that the heat brushed Rimuru's slime-formed legs. Morale is unstable, he said quietly. They trust your strength. They do not trust that it will not brush them aside by accident. Rimuru looked around again. He saw the way goblins sat a little farther from him than they used to. The way even Kijin kept a careful distance unless they had to speak. The sword does not like being nearby, Great Sage reminded him. Its passive field raises heart rate and fear response in creatures with low resistance. I noticed, Rimuru answered inside. He did not feel like moving closer to them either. The weight in his chest increased the nearer he got to anyone. It was easier to stay apart, to let the silent distance stand, a small circle of clear ground around him and the blade. Benimaru followed his gaze. We can adjust formations tomorrow, he said. Place you at the center and keep everyone else on the edges of your field. They can still support, but they will not be crushed by your presence. Rimuru nodded. Practical. Clean. You do not like it, Benimaru added. I do not like that it is needed, Rimuru said. But I would rather they fear me than die because I wanted to hold hands. Cheyenne wandered over with a skewer of roasted meat. She had already eaten half, juice on her fingers. She shoved the other half at Benimaru. Eat, she said. You look like you're thinking again. I'm allowed to think, Benimaru muttered, but he took the food anyway. Cheyenne leaned on her sword and watched the mist. Her eyes glittered in the firelight. How many do you think there are? She asked Rimuru. Orcs, 100,000. Great Sage supplied to him at once. More than enough, Rimuru said aloud. For what? She asked. For the sword, he said. It has not had a real meal yet. The blade thrummed in agreement. Benimaru swallowed his bite hard. That is not funny, Lord Rimuru. I am not trying to be funny, Rimuru said. If we do not end this here, they will eat the marsh, then the forest, then everything else. Someone has to be a mouth bigger than theirs. He said it as a fact. Not pride, not excitement, just a simple line between two disasters where he had chosen to stand. Benimaru stared into the fire. His hand shook once before he forced it still. I will be with you on the front, he said. Shine as well. Sui supporting. Shuna stays with the main body. Goblins hold back unless ordered. Ranga and the wolves on the flanks. Rimuru nodded. Good plan. There is one more thing, Benimaru said. He lowered his voice even more. When you fight the Orc Lord, do not forget there are people behind you. Do not let the sword make you forget. The sword bristled inside him at that, an offended chill along his spine. We remember, it hissed. Rimuru closed his eyes for a second. He felt the dull remains of what used to be fear push against the numb layer around his chest. It did not break through, but it was there. I will keep control, Rimuru said. That is my job. Benimaru did not look convinced. He still bowed his head. Then I will keep watching. That is mine. The night passed without sleep for most of them. Goblins dozed in fits. Wolves kept shifting, ears up then flat again. Sui moved like a ghost. Shuna prayed in silence. Rimuru stood on the edge of camp and waited for dawn with the sword in his hand. When the first gray light spread across the marsh, the orcs started to scream. They did not form neat lines. They came as a tide, a wall of bodies and armor and hunger. Mud splashed as they ran, feet pounding the soaked ground. Their eyes were empty and wide. Saliva hung at the corners of their mouths. Some of them had already started to bite chunks out of one another, fighting and devouring even as they moved. The starved skill pressed on the whole area now. Goblins behind Rimuru groaned as their stomachs twisted. Even the Kijin felt it. Cheyenne licked her lips unconsciously. Benimaru's pulse jumped. Ranga's hackles rose higher than Rimuru had ever seen. Rimuru stepped forward. Field restriction engaged, Great Sage said. Expanding controlled aura. Nihility's Fong reacted to his intent before the thought finished. A wave of cold pressure rolled out from the blade in a circle. It spread over the marsh, thin at first, then heavier as he fed power into it. The nearest orcs hit that pressure and buckled. Their feet kept trying to run, but their hearts could not keep up. One by one, they clutched at their chests and dropped, eyes bulging, breath cut off by something they could not see. Further out, the wave was lighter. Their orcs stumbled, slowed, but kept going. Their own hunger drove them through. Benimaru and Cheyenne moved to his sides without needing an order. Sui appeared like a shadow behind him. Ranga stood low, teeth bared, eyes bright. Front line is yours, Benimaru said. Rimuru walked. He did not run. There was no point. The orcs were coming to him. Every step he took, the sword pulled more of his magic out and shaped it into thin planes of tension in the air. Orcs who tried to reach him from the sides ran into those unseen walls and came apart. Armor separated along invisible lines. Weapons fell in neat pieces. Bodies followed. Blood hit the marsh in thick drops. It mixed with the water and vanished into the mud. The smell thickened. The sound of battle never reached full volume. Shrill cries cut off halfway. The wet smash of bodies hitting the ground was the main noise. No clash of blades against his sword. Nothing could touch it long enough. Goblins at the back clutched their weapons and watched with wide eyes. Some of them shook so hard their teeth chattered. Shuna pressed a hand to her mouth when the first wave fell. This is not a battle, she whispered. It is a harvest. Rimuru heard her even over the dull thud of falling bodies. The word fit. He felt nothing like joy about it. He also did not feel guilt. His field moved with a simple, clear logic. Threats entered. Pressure crushed them. The sword hummed, pleased with the rhythm. Benimaru fought at his side, but most of his cuts were defensive. He took down any orc that stumbled past the edge of Rimuru's zone. His flames burned bright, but they looked small next to the simple, clean lines that Nihility's Fong drew. Your aura is spreading too far, Great Sage warned. Starved is reacting. It is trying to bite into your field. Rimuru adjusted without thinking. He narrowed the pressure ring, made it denser close to his body. Orcs just beyond that range still ran. They slammed into him like a dark wave. He let them. Every time they came within sword reach, he swung. Short, efficient motions. No wasted energy. The blade cut through bone and metal and the strange, sticky hunger that wrapped the orcs. Where it passed, the starved skill on that body fell silent. He did not feel the impact of hits on his body. Slime flesh absorbed blows and bounced back. Weapons that might have cut him simply slid into his mass and came apart, sliced by the sword from inside. His people saw him from behind. They saw a calm figure walking through mud while the army ahead fell like wheat. They saw the black sword move in small arcs and straight lines. They saw the space around their lord turn into a strip where nothing living could stand. Cheyenne laughed once, sharp and wild, when an orc twice her size tried to leap over the invisible wall and lost both legs in midair. She cut the rest before it hit the ground, eyes alight. "This is amazing," she said. "I can feel the blades singing." RIMURU did not answer. His jaw was clenched, so tight his teeth might crack. Each time he looked at RIMURU, his eyes flicked down to the sword with both awe and real dread. Hours passed in seconds and in slow motion at the same time. RIMURU did not count. He kept walking, cutting, pressing, listening to Great Sage when needed. His body did not tire the way it once would have. Magicules flowed endlessly from the cave's gifts and his own growth. The orc army started to thin. The front ranks were gone, replaced by more, then more, but the constant movement slowed. Bodies piled up at the edge of his path. The smell of blood and fear saturated the air. The starved field ahead grew denser. Source located, Great Sage said. Orc Lord presence detected at core of the army. Additional Magicule signature tied to Gelmud observed. Of course Gelmud would be here. Even in this twisted version of events, the so-called mastermind could not miss a chance to stand on top of a pile of corpses and preach. RIMURU pushed forward. The sword vibrated more the closer he got. "There," Sui said quietly, pointing. Through the mist and haze, RIMURU saw a taller shape on a small rise of ground. The Orc Lord towered over the rest. His body was bloated with stolen magic. Armor fused to skin. Tusks thick. Eyes bloodshot and wild. Next to him stood a slim figure in a robe, face hidden by a mask. Gelmud. His aura felt sharp and sickly, like rusted metal. He shouted something at the Orc Lord, arms raised, staff glowing. RIMURU did not care about the words. He stepped up onto the rise without slowing. Orcs in front of him dropped under the increased pressure. Some fell before they even saw who was coming. Gelmud turned. For a moment, panic warped his voice. You again, what or why?" The sword moved before RIMURU decided to cut. Nihility's Fong lunged, dragging his arm with it. It did not travel through Gelmud's neck or chest. It sliced through the concept that held his body together. One instant he stood there, mouth open. The next, he came apart like broken glass. No blood spray, no dramatic slow fall. Just a clean snapping of form. Pieces of him slid away and vanished in a fine dust before they hit the ground. RIMURU's hand shook from the force of the sword's sudden grab. He tightened his grip and pulled back. "Do not take control like that," he said under his breath. The sword purred. He was annoying. Magicules burst from where Gelmud had been. The Orc Lord roared, head thrown back. The starved skill swelled as it forcefully absorbed what was left of its puppet master. Flesh on the Orc Lord's arm stretched. Muscles bulged. Veins stood out under rough skin. His eyes rolled, then focused on RIMURU. "You," he snarled. "Feed me." RIMURU looked up at the huge figure looming over him. In another life, this would have been a struggle. A test of new power. A speech about sin and forgiveness. He would have tried to talk first. To reach for the person buried under the curse. Now, the only thing he felt clearly was the pressure of starved pushing against his own field and the steady, hungry whisper of the sword. "Consume him," Nihility's Fong said. "His skill is mine by right." Great Sage cut in. "Warning, absorbing starve in this form will introduce massive negative emotional energy into your core. Risk of personality drift is high." RIMURU watched the Orc Lord take a heavy step toward him. Each step sank deep into mud. Each breath dragged in air like a roar. Behind him, his own army waited on unstable legs. Goblins swayed with exhaustion. Kijin bled from minor wounds and bit down their own hunger. Ranga panted hard. If he let this drag, Starved would rip through his forces even if they never took a bite. They would run in circles from a curse until they collapsed. I do not have the luxury to play safe, Rimuru said inside. He raised the sword. The Orc Lord swung a massive arm down, fingers spread wide to crush him. Rimuru took one small step forward instead of dodging. He cut. There was no clash. The arm came off just below the elbow, sliced clean. It fell behind Rimuru in slow, heavy motion. The Orc Lord stared at the stump that did not bleed much, then at the small figure in front of him. Rimuru pressed the blade point against the Orc Lord's chest. "You are done," Rimuru said. The Orc Lord bared his teeth. "My people, their pain, they're mine, my feast, you cannot take them." Rimuru pushed the sword in. Nihility's fang did not just pierce flesh. It dug into the unique skill at the core of the Orc Lord's being. For a second, Rimuru saw it in his mind. A vast, hollow stomach, endless rows of teeth, a wind that pulled everything inward and never stopped. The sword bit down on that. Gluttony pattern observed. Great sage noted. Adapting, Rimuru felt the first wave of starved surge up the blade and into him. It came as a flood of hunger that was not his. The feeling of 1,000 empty bellies crying out at once. Jaws chewing on nothing. Tongues cracked. Throats burning. Then came the souls. When the Orc Lord died, he should have simply fallen. Instead, the blade pulled his soul out like a thread and kept tugging. The souls of every orc bound to him, everyone that had eaten in his name, followed. They poured into Rimuru. His vision went white around the edges. His chest felt like it was stretching, skin too tight. His slime body had no bones to break, but his soul did. It felt as if something rammed a wedge into it and kept pushing. He heard screams that did not come from his throat. High and low, male and female, young and old, all layered on top of one another. Begging for food, begging for the pain to stop. Some begging for death. His hands shook. He tried to pull the blade back. It would not move. Too many, Great Sage said, voice still steady but faster now. Soul influx at critical rate. Emergency channels opening. The sword laughed. Yes, it said. Let them in. Make room. Rimuru dropped to one knee. Mud splashed up around him. His body did not fall apart, but it flickered, shapes shifting without his control. Human form, slime, something else, all blending in a rush. From the outside, his people saw their lord kneel in front of a collapsing orc giant. They saw dark light stream from the corpse into the sword. They saw the air ripple with pressure that made their ears pop and their hearts stumble. Shuna clutched her chest and gasped. Several goblins fell over, clutching their heads. Benimaru barely stayed on his feet. Shine grinned, even as sweat ran down her face, eyes wide and bright. Inside, Rimuru screamed. Sound did not leave his mouth. Nihility's fang ate it the same way it ate everything else. His throat moved. No noise came. The only place the scream existed was inside his head and in the strange half-space where his soul tried to hold itself together. He felt each orc pass through him. A flash of memory. Mud. Hunger. The taste of dirt and blood. The smell of rotting meat. The sensation of biting into another body and still feeling empty. I do not want this, he tried to say. Stop. The sword held him down. You chose to stand between famine and the world, it said. Now you get to know what famine feels like. The flood kept coming. Hundreds of thousands of small bright points, all smothered in the same dull gray hunger. Some tried to cling to him. Some tried to tear him apart. Most just passed through, too broken to do anything but fall. Great Sage pushed channels open and tried to direct the flow. Part of the energy went into Rimuru's own skills. Part went into his body, thickening his magicule density. The rest, the purest negative emotion, had nowhere safe to go. Nihility's fang drank that part. Piece by piece, the sword's presence changed. It had always been cold and sharp. Now, something hotter lit up at its core, like a new engine starting. A second awareness stirred inside the metal. Identification, Great Sage said. Unknown ego forming. Origin, linked to Ivaraj energy signature. Fragment of destructive instinct is waking. Rimuru could not focus on the words. His world had narrowed to a single point where his soul met the sword and the rush of hunger pushed through. He clutched the hilt because letting go felt like it would tear his fingers off. His body shook with tremors that would not stop. At last, the flow slowed. The Orc Lord's corpse shrank, magicules drained. The field of bodies around them lay still. No orc moved. No breath came from them. The starved field shattered as its source disappeared. Rimuru stayed on his knees for a long moment, head bowed, sword point buried in the mud. His breath came in rough pulls, even though he did not need oxygen like a human. Each inhale tasted like blood and swamp water. The new presence in the sword finished settling. It did not speak at once. It just watched from inside the metal, patient and newly fed. Benimaru stumbled up the slope, boots slipping in the wet ground. He stopped a few steps away, chest heaving, face pale under his red markings. "Lord Rimuru," he called. His voice shook. "Can you hear me?" Rimuru lifted his head. His eyes were different. They had always been bright. Now, they held a depth that made even Benimaru flinch, like looking into a well with no bottom. "I hear you," Rimuru said. His voice sounded rough, as if it had been scraped. He rose to his feet slowly. Mud clung to his clothes. Magicules still clung to the air around him, buzzing. Cheyenne scrambled up after Benimaru, purple hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. She looked Rimuru up and down with open hunger, but not the kind starve had spread. Her gaze stayed fixed on the sword, on the faint dark light that still traced along its edge. "That was beautiful," she said softly. Rimuru blinked. "Beautiful," she repeated. "All that power. All that silence at the end. Silence." He noticed it then. The orc screams were gone. The constant roar of marching feet, snarls, and clashes had been smothered. The marshland lay under a thick quiet that felt almost physical. No birds, no insects, just the faint drip of water and the distant shuffle of his own forces trying to steady themselves. Sui appeared on the rise, breathing hard despite his usual control. His eyes flicked over Rimuru like he was trying to assess damage. "Casualties minimal," he reported. "Goblins shaken but alive. Some fainted when the pressure peaked. The orc army is gone." "All of them?" Benimaru asked. Sui nodded once. "I cannot find any survivors out there. Not breathing ones." Benimaru swallowed. His throat moved. Rimuru looked out over the marsh from a small hill. Orc bodies lay everywhere, stretched in lines that followed the path he had walked. Some were sliced clean. Some looked whole, but their eyes were glassy. They had died from fear and pressure before a blade even touched them. He waited for a wave of guilt to hit him. Something. Anything. Comparison finally came. He remembered how he had felt back when he had first killed. The nausea, the shock, the sleepless nights. Now, after swallowing 100,000 souls, all he felt was tired and a faint tightness in his chest where the memories had rubbed him raw on their way through. The pain was distant, like someone else's story told in a flat voice. The new ego in the sword took that moment to speak. "You carry them well," it said. The voice was deeper than the blade's earlier whispers. More defined. "You can hold more." Rimuru did not answer, out loud or in his head. He simply stored the fact that something new had woken and that it already assumed this was only the start. Below the hill, the marsh began to shift. Figures rose from hiding places between tree roots and flooded channels. Lizard men. They stepped out slowly, spears held tight, eyes wide as they took in the field of dead orcs and the thin figure standing at the center with a black sword. Their chief walked at the front, scales dull with age, tail held stiff. Gabaru was a little behind him, shoulders set, jaw clenched harder than usual. The younger ones looked like they had seen a god and a monster at the same time. The chief stopped at the base of the rise and bowed his head just enough to be respectful without showing full submission. His voice shook only a little. "Rimuru Tempest," he said. "We heard you were dangerous. We see now that the word was too small." Rimuru watched him in silence for a few seconds. Goblins were gathering behind him. Kijin stood, still ready to fight if he gave the word. Ranga panted at his side, tongue out, eyes fixed on any threat. "You hid while the orcs marched," Rimuru said. Not accusing, just stating. The chief flinched anyway. "We had to protect our people. We did not know if you would turn on us as well." "Reasonable," Rimuru said. "You were wrong to hope the orcs would pass you by, but reasonable to fear another disaster." Gabaru stepped forward, face tight with swallowed pride. Mud streaked his armor. He must have wanted to charge out earlier, and been held back. Whatever you are, Gabiru said, you saved us. The marsh would be gone if you had not come. Even hiding would not have worked. Rimuru nodded once. I did not come to earn gratitude. I came because if the orc lord kept feeding, he would eventually reach my home. The chief hesitated. Still, you have our thanks. And our people. Rimuru tilted his head. Explain that last part. Our warriors will serve, the chief said. You carry power that no one in this forest can match. If we stand alone, we will be eaten by the next threat. If we stand under you, maybe we live a little longer. The words were not said with joy. They were tired, simple. Venimura shifted at Rimuru's side, watching. Shuna's eyes filled with quiet pain. She understood what it meant to choose fear over pride. Rimuru felt the weight of the moment. This was where, in another story, he would have talked about equality. About building a federation of allies, united by trust. Shared goals. Friendly meetings. Now, after the march and the feast, he had a sword whispering in his head and a memory of silent screams burned into his soul. The forest had already decided what he was. The dwarf king had set the tone. The lizard chief had followed it. Fine. Then listen, Rimuru said. His voice stayed calm. It did not rise in a speech. It just cut through the quiet. From this day, the forest falls under one banner. Goblins, wolves, Kijin, lizardmen. Anyone who lives here and wants to keep living. We will call it the Jura Federation if names make it easier to swallow. The sword twitched at the word swallow, clearly amused. Rimuru went on. You will send warriors when I call. You will follow orders in war. In return, you eat. You get paths that are safe, trade that is guarded, land that is not burned by wandering armies. I do not care what you think in private about me. I do care that when a new threat shows up, you do not stand in my way or stab me in the back. The chief breathed slowly, chest rising and falling. He looked up at the field of orc bodies again, then back at Rimuru. If we refuse, he asked. Rimuru looked over the dead one more time. The souls he had taken pressed faintly at the edges of his awareness, restless, then quiet as the sword smoothed them out. You already know the answer, he said. There was no threat in his tone. He did not raise his sword. He did not need to. The marsh around them answered in silence. The chief closed his eyes a moment, then bowed deeper. This time it was full, tail low, hands open, head almost touching the ground. Then the lizardmen joined the Jura Federation, he said. We serve under your rule. Gabara looked like he had swallowed broken glass, but he bowed as well. Cheyenne smiled brightly, pleased in a way that made some lizardmen flinch. Venimuru kept his face neutral, but his hands were fists at his sides. Sui watched through half-lidded eyes, expression unreadable. Shuna whispered a prayer under her breath, voice small. Rimuru turned his gaze over his gathered allies. Goblins, Kijin, wolves, lizardmen. All looking at him. Some with hope, most with fear. Then we start building, he said. We move the bodies, we secure the marsh, we set patrol routes. There will be more enemies later. We will not be caught scrambling like this again. Orders followed. Venimuru took charge of burning orc corpses where it was safe, using his flames in controlled bursts. Cheyenne moved heavy bodies like they weighed nothing, laughing when mud splashed her armor. Sui placed patrol lines with quiet efficiency, sending clones along new paths. Shuna tended to exhausted goblins and lizardmen, casting healing spells until she swayed on her feet. Rimuru stayed at the center of it all, the sword anchored in the mud beside him. He watched every move. People moved around his circle without stepping into it. The gap between him and everyone else stayed clear. As the sun slipped lower, the marsh started to resemble something like a battlefield and less like a feeding ground. Smoke rose in thin lines where bodies burned. The smell changed from raw blood to cooked flesh and ash. Still ugly but distant. The new ego in the sword spoke again, more settled now. This world is fragile, it said. You cut once and the shape changes. I was made to end things like this. To erase whole paths, not just armies. Rimuru's fingers tightened on the hilt. I was not made for that. You changed when you took me, it answered. You changed again today. Do not pretend you can go back. He could not argue. He thought of the dwarven king, calling him a catastrophe. Of the goblins, too scared to meet his eyes. Of Benimaru, promising to cut him down if he went too far. Of Cheyenne, eyes shining at the silence after the slaughter. Of the 100,000 souls that had passed through him like a storm and left only echoes. He felt tired in a way that had nothing to do with magic. Great sage, he said quietly inside. Give me a reading. Emotional drift. Result, the system responded. Empathy response reduced compared to prior baseline. Risk of further reduction if similar events repeat without countermeasures. Suggestions, RIMURU asked. Unknown, Great Sage said. For the first time since he had met it, the voice sounded almost unsure. Current models do not cover your fusion with this artifact and the new ego present. The sword chuckled. Stop looking for ways around me, it said. You signed a contract when you swung me in that cave. RIMURU opened his eyes and looked out at his new alliance, at the forest that now belonged to a federation born in fear. The marsh was quiet. The people moved like shadowy shapes under that quiet, careful not to disturb it. He knew he should say something to ease them, to make this feel like unity instead of submission. The words would not come. Anything soft he tried to form in his mind fell apart when it met the hard edge of the sword's new voice. In the end, he said nothing. Night crept in slowly. Torches lit around the camp. The air cooled, but the heavy feeling did not lift. RIMURU pulled the sword out of the mud and rested it across his lap as he sat on a low rock near the edge of the field. From there, he could see everything. Workers, fires, the dark stretch of dead orcs beyond. Benimaru approached after a while and stood at his side without speaking. His face was drawn with fatigue. His eyes were sharp. You did what had to be done, Benimaru said at last. If you had hesitated, more would have died. RIMURU looked at him. Do you believe that? Benimaru hesitated. I want to. The honesty landed harder than comfort would have. Cheyenne joined them, dropping down on the ground near RIMURU with a content sigh. Her armor was streaked with dried blood and soot. She leaned back on her hands and looked up at the sky. This is the quietest the forest has ever felt, she said. I like it. Benimaru shot her a sharp look. It is quiet because 100,000 voices were shut off today. She shrugged. They were going to eat us. I prefer us. RIMURU listened to them argue in soft tones. He let their words sit between them without stepping in. The sword pulsed once, a slow beat against his grip. Feast is over, it said. For now, he stared out at the dark marsh, at the faint glow of campfires in the distance, at the way even the night insects stayed silent. This was the world he had made today, a forest that owed its survival to a blade that devoured souls, a federation that bowed more to fear than respect, allies who could not decide if they were grateful or horrified. He waited for regret to crush him. It did not. There was only the thin knowledge that it should. That thin gap between what he felt and what he knew sat there, cold and clear, as the first true piece of the sword's ego watched him from inside the metal, and the silent marshlands settled under a new kind of rule. The blade hummed before the knock came. RIMURU sat in the main hall of the half-finished town and watched the sword resting across his knees. The building was not a castle yet. Pillars were still rough wood. The roof leaked when it rained. Goblins were still carving patterns into posts, because Shuna said it made the place feel less like a barracks. Even so, everyone called it the throne room now. He did not sit on a throne, just a simple raised chair at the far end, so he could see the entrance and the people who walked through it. Benimaru stood to his right. Cheyenne leaned against a pillar nearby with her arms folded. Sui stayed in the shadows, which meant he was 3 steps behind RIMURU and a little to the left. Shuna poured tea for none of them, because no one was in the mood. Outside, the city that had once been a village worked in quiet. Hammers hit wood. Stone was moved. Wolves trotted through streets with goblins on their backs. Lizard men hauled water from new wells. The sound never got loud. It always died down when people remembered who sat in the hall. The blade on Rimuru's lap vibrated with a higher note. Something is coming, it said. Great Sage confirmed it a moment later. Unidentified group approaching the town. Magicule levels high. Holy attribute detected. RIMURU tilted his head. Holy, he repeated softly. Benimaru's shoulders went tight. Church, he said. They had expected this. Dworgen sending caravans was a quiet admission. The lizard chief bowing had been another step. News traveled fast when fear was involved. The Western Church would not ignore a free dragon and a forest tied to a curse blade. Shuna set the empty pot aside. Her fingers shook. She folded them together to hide the tremor. They did not come sooner, she said. I thought maybe they would not come at all. Rimuru gave a small shrug. They had to argue with each other first. Someone want to negotiate. Someone want to burn everything. People like committees. Shine snorted. We can burn them back, she said. Benimaru shot her a look. We can defend ourselves, he corrected. We do not provoke more enemies unless we have to. Ranga padded in from the side door and lay down near the steps, ears twitching. His fur stood up along his spine. Master, he said, the air smells sharp. Not like demons. Different. Holy aura. Great sage repeated. Effect on common monsters is similar to fear. Effect on Nihility's Fong is unknown. The sword answered that at once. I am curious, it said. Rimuru rose. The blade rolled in his grip and settled against his shoulder. He walked down from the chair and across the hall. Benimaru fell in a step beside him. Cheyenne pushed off the pillar and followed, hand resting on her weapon. Sui stayed where he was, which meant his presence blurred and split. By the time Rimuru reached the main doors, the knock finally sounded. It was a polite sound. 3 firm hits on wood. Not the frantic pounding of a raid. Not the heavy smash of a battering ram. Rimuru motioned. Goblin guards pulled the doors open. Sunlight spilled in. They stood just beyond the threshold. White cloaks. Silver armor polished to a bright shine. Cross symbols on their chests. The air around them felt clean in a way that made normal magic curl back. The line of paladins filled the entry path. Shields up, spears and swords at ease, but ready. At their front stood a woman with short pale hair and a simple sword at her hip. No cloak, no ornament. Her armor was plain, without the extra marks that would have shown rank to someone who cared about such things. She did not need them. The way she held herself was more than enough. Her aura did not flare like the Orc Lord or King Gazel. It sat close to her skin, dense and controlled. Where it touched the air, it pushed back Rimuru's pressure a little instead of crumbling. Her eyes fixed on him at once. Rimuru Tempest, she said. Her voice was flat and calm. No fear. No extra weight. The sword hummed with interest. Rimuru stepped into the doorway. He did not invite them in yet. That is me, he said. You're a long way from home. She did not smile. Hinata Sakaguchi, she said. Head of the guard for the 10 great saints. Here, as the blade of the church. Benimaru's hand tightened on his sword. Cheyenne's fingers twitched. Shuna's breath caught behind them. Sui's presence sharpened along the walls. Rimuru took all that in and kept his focus on the woman in front. So, he said, the church sent its best. They sent the one who kills things that should not exist, Hinata said. Cheyenne bristled. Who are you calling a thing? She snapped. Hinata did not look at her. I'm talking to the one who freed a dragon and walks around with a god-eating weapon stuck in his chest. Rimuru rubbed a thumb along the sword's flat. The metal vibrated. At least you did your homework, he said. Hinata took one step forward. The paladins behind her moved in perfect sync. Shields angled. Spears shifted. The holy pressure around them thickened. It made the goblin guards sweat, even though they were behind their lord. I will not talk long, Hinata said. This forest was stable enough. Now, there is a dragon loose, a demon-class aura in the center, and a sword that should have stayed buried. You're the common point. Hand the weapon over and submit to sealing, or I close both problems at once. Shuna gasped. Seal, Lord Rimuru. Cheyenne's hand went to her own blade. Benimaru shifted to block Hinata's view of the hall. Rimuru put out a hand without looking back. Stay, he said quietly. The room went still. His people obeyed. He met Hinata's eyes again. They were very clear. Nothing muddled in them. You think you can seal both me and the sword, he said. Here, in front of everyone. I know I can kill you, she said. No boast. Just fact. If sealing fails, I do that instead. The sword hissed in his head, satisfied. She is honest, it said. I like her. Rimuru almost smiled. You came all this way to give me 2 bad options, he said. Did the church at least try asking first? We do not negotiate with disasters, Hinata said. Dworgen does, Rimuru said. Their king is cautious, she replied. He buys time. We cut problems. He saw no point pretending that her orders were gentle. And if I say no, he asked. Hinata rested her hand on her sword hilt. Then we step outside, she said. So your town does not die with you. For the first time, Rimuru felt something that came close to respect. She had not walked in and started swinging. She had pulled him to the door, put her choice there, and given him a way to take this away from his people. There was no kindness to it. It was simple, cold calculation. Benimaru leaned closer. Lord, he said under his breath, you do not have to humor her. We can fight here. Shunnath can move the goblins. We can handle it. Rimuru kept his eyes on Hinata. If we fight in the hall, the first stray cut will erase 3 houses and half your guards, he said quietly. Hermi, it does not matter. The walls will not stand. Benimaru closed his mouth. Rimuru stepped out through the doors. Fine, he said. We talk outside. Hinata moved at once. She did not look back at her people. They fell into formation on either side and behind, leaving the path in front of her clear. They walked out into the open space just beyond the town gate. The square there was meant for trade. Temporary stalls. Carts. Today it was empty. Sui had cleared at the moment Great Sage had mentioned holy signatures. Goblins watched from doorways and roofs, eyes wide. Lizard men lined distant walls. Wolves prowl between buildings with fur raised and ears flat. The air itself went tight. Rimuru stopped on one side of the square. Hinata stopped at the other. The distance between them was not far. 10 paces, maybe a little more. Close enough that both could reach with one movement. The sword thrummed at his shoulder, pleased by the space. Perfect, it said. Hinata looked him over. Her gaze ran from his face to the sword and back. Her brow did not move, but something small behind her eyes shifted when she saw the blade more clearly. She stepped forward once more. The holy pressure around her drew in, tight around her form. Light gathered along her own sword hilt, faint at first, then clearer. Last time, she said, drop the sword. Kneel. Accept judgment. This ends clean. Refuse, and I end you. Rimuru thought of saying something clever. He dropped the idea. No, he said. The word fell between them. The holy pressure around Hinata clicked into place. The field around Rimuru and the blade thickened in answer. Ranga growled low. Shuna whispered a prayer. Cheyenne held her breath. Benimaru's hand hovered at his hilt and stayed there, because he had promised not to step in unless Rimuru fell. Sui vanished from sight. Hinata's hand moved. She did not draw slow. One moment her sword was in its sheath. The next, the blade was out and pointed at him, leaving a faint white trail through the air. The holy pressure spiked. Unique skill active, Great Sage announced. Melting any magic effect that touches the blade. Projection of possible futures in short range. High danger. Hinata moved. She did not charge in a straight line. Her body blurred left, then right, then closed the distance in a rush. The holy aura around her cut through Rimuru's pressure field. Where his fear effect pressed down, her will and skill pushed back, carving a narrow tunnel of space around her form. The sword hummed in sharp pleasure. She walked through us, it said. Rimuru raised Nihility's fong. When her first strike came, he met it. Steel touched steel. There was no simple clash. White light from her blade met the void along his. For an instant, both forces bit into each other. Hinata's power tried to melt the void edge, to turn it to harmless energy. The void tried to erase the holy light. The air crackled. The ground under their feet cracked. A line of bare earth opened where the two fields met. Rimuru felt something new in that contact. Holy power burned. Not like fire. It stung against the void, made the metal ache. The sword reacted with a raw, almost delighted sound. Bright, it said. Strong. I want it. Hinata's face stayed calm, but her eyes narrowed. You really fused with that thing, she said. Did not get much choice, Rimuru answered. She pressed. Her movements were fast and efficient. No wasted swings. No big gestures. Each cut carried intent to kill. Straight at throat, heart, spine. She did not aim for armor or try to test him. Rimuru matched her without stepping back. His own swings were small and short. He felt every angle too clearly. The sword wanted to turn every parry into a cut that went through her whole body and the stone behind her. He held it back. Each time their blades met, The holy light and void edge ate at each other. Little cracks formed in the ground at their feet. The sound of their strikes never rose above a sharp, clean ring. No loud clashes, just a repeating note that made people watching grit their teeth. Hinata slipped past one guard and drew a faint line through his side. Holy energy tried to rush into his body and burn his skills. The sword snapped down, cutting that energy before it spread. Rimuru felt the attempt. He also felt something else. Her skill was trying to write his death. Every line she traced in the air set up a path where he ended. Her instinct chose the path that led to his heart every time. She saw futures. He saw lines. The sword saw endings. For the first time since he had held Nihility's Fong, he felt pressed. Not because she could overpower the blade, because she bypassed tricks and went straight for the simplest route. She ducked under a horizontal swing and aimed a thrust at his chest. Her sword slid through slime. Holy light burned at the edge where it met his form. If he had been only slime, it would have pierced right through. Nihility's Fong shifted. The void edge moved a hair's breadth. It met her blade inside his own chest. The holy power along her steel hit the void field at full force. Pain shot through him. Real pain. Not dull. His vision jumped. For a moment he saw nothing but white and black. The sword screamed in his head, offended and thrilled. He forced his hand to move. His blade knocked hers aside and shoved it out of his chest. The wound closed at once, slime rushing to fill the gap, but the ache remained. A clean, deep ache. Hinata stepped back half a pace. Her breathing had picked up. Sweat ran down along her jaw. She looked at the faint smear of darkness, now staining the edge of her sword. "It eats even that," she said. "Not all," the sword answered. She could not hear it, but Rimuru did. Some of her light stays. Rimuru felt it too. A tiny shard of holy energy had been swallowed, but not erased. It sat inside the void, stubborn, refusing to dissolve. It did not fit the blade. He pushed it toward himself. It sank into his core and settled there, small and sharp. A reminder of the cut. Hinata did not give him more time. She moved again, faster now. A ring of magic circles spun into view around her. Not big, flashy patterns. Thin lines of light that hung at odd angles. Pattern reading skill active. Great sage said at once. She is calculating your motions. Adjusting to your field. Danger level rising. She was learning him with each exchange. How he liked to angle his blade. When he shifted pressure. Where his stance was weakest. Rimuru felt the fight change. It stopped being a simple test and started pressing toward a conclusion. The sword loved it. She cuts futures too, it said. She is a blade in human form. One of Hinata's circles flared. Her next swing moved in a line that went under his guard and above the field he had set for himself. It aimed at his neck. He barely got Nihility's Fong up in time. Her edge scraped along his, holy light flaring bright. The void line that had been erased in their earlier clashes reformed and bit back. The air around them howled for a second. Buildings at the edges of the square shuddered. A few windows cracked. Goblin guards dropped to their knees from the pressure. Lizard men clutched their chests. Hinata's hair whipped around her face. Her eyes narrowed. "You can hold this thing," she said, a little quieter. "You should not be able to." "Believe me," Rimuru said, "I agree." They clashed again and again. Short range. No room for anyone else to step in. Benimaru did not even try. The moment he moved forward, the combined field would crush him. Time blurred. Rimuru lost count of the exchanges. His body stayed steady. Magicules still flowed. The sword did not tire. What wore on him was not physical. It was the constant effort of holding the blade back from killing blows. Hinata adjusted each time. She cut closer. Her skill traced paths where his grip slipped, where his eyes narrowed a fraction, where his weight shifted. She landed another shallow line on his arm. Holy light tried to burn its way along that cut. Nihility's Fong ate it again, snapping it up with sharp hunger. The new shard of light scraped along the void and joined the first. It hurt more this time. She saw that. "You are changing," she said. He did not answer. They broke apart for one breath. Just one. They stood a few steps from each other, swords up, both chests rising and falling faster. Up close, Hinata's calm face had small cracks. Her jaw was tight. Sweat ran into one eye, and she ignored it. "You are not a mindless monster," she said. "You are holding that thing back." "Why?" Rimuru almost said. "Do you want the short list or the long one?" He settled for the simple truth. "Because if I let go, this square becomes a crater and you stop existing." Her eyes narrowed. "You talk about that calmly," she said. "I have had practice," he replied. He stepped in again. This time he did not aim for a simple cut. He let the sword's field expand a little, just for a moment. A narrow strip of pressure reached behind Hinata, shaving a thin line from the ground. Her eyes widened. She did not look back. She had felt it. He pulled the field in at once. "That is the difference between us," he said. "You count bodies on a field and call it necessary. I count what happens if I let myself enjoy this." She did not answer. Her grip tightened. He saw the decision the moment she made it. Her stance changed. The circles around her spun faster, then stopped, aligning into a pattern he had not seen yet. "Last resort skill," great sage warned. "Any opening is lethal. Recommend serious response." Hinata pointed her sword at the ground between them. Her aura collapsed completely into the blade. "Dead-end rainbow," she said. The name was simple. The effect was not. Lines of light shot out from her stance, too fast for normal eyes. They carved paths through the air, through the ground, through potential movements. Rimuru saw them through magic sense. Each line marked a route where he died. Every time he thought of stepping left, a path traced and ended at his heart. Every time he thought of pulling back, a path sliced his spine. For a second, all his usual options vanished. The sword reacted before he did. "Cut the pattern," it said. Rimuru threw magic into his field. He pushed the void pressure out in a thin sphere around himself. Not strong enough to erase the world, just enough to touch the lines Hinata had drawn. Where void met holy path, reality stuttered. The lines broke in short bursts. Some survived. Many did not. Hinata moved. She did not need all the paths. She only needed one. Her body flowed along a route that still existed. Her sword swept in from his blind side, cutting through air that had been untouched. Rimuru turned to meet her. He was late. Her edge reached his throat. He did something the sword did not expect. He dropped his guard on purpose. The blade passed through his neck. Holy light erupted along the cut. Slime flesh parted. For a second, his vision snapped away from his body entirely. Gasps burst from the walls. Shuna screamed. Benimaru lurched forward and slammed into an invisible wall of pressure. Rimuru's own body fell. The sword howled in his mind. "What are you doing?" it screamed. He answered with the part of him that still thought like Satoru had once thought. "You want her light," he said. "You cannot get it if she dies now." "Eat the death," she wrote. "Not me." Great Sage moved at the same time. "Decapitation detected," it said in that same, even voice. "Soul not yet torn." Redirecting cause. The holy skill had written his death into the world. The effect wanted to close the line. The sword grabbed that cause and cut it. Light that should have snapped his soul in half surged into the void field instead. The blade shook with the impact. For a heartbeat, half the town saw a shape that was not metal or slime. A shadow of something long, with too many angles coiled around the sword. Then it vanished. Rimuru's body pulled itself back together. Slime rose from the ground, grabbed his own head, and set it back on his shoulders. The cut closed. The burn remained inside. He stood up. Hinata froze 2 steps past him, sword still extended. Her chest heaved. Sweat ran down her neck. She turned very slowly. His neck bore no mark. His eyes met hers. "You killed me," he said. "Right there. Perfect execution." Her fingers clenched on her hilt. "You're still standing." He nodded once. The sword refuses to let the world write that ending. The blade purred, still shivering from the skill it had eaten. "She almost took you from me," it said. "I will not allow that." Hinata stared at him. Something in her face shifted. Until now she had seen a disaster she had to stop. In that moment, she saw a man who had watched his own head come off, who still held a blade that had eaten his death and turned it aside. She also saw the choice he had made. He could have countered her skill with more force. He could have cut the whole pattern in half the town. Instead, he had let his neck take the hit. "You are insane," she said. "Probably," Rimuru said. Heat spread in his chest from the holy shards the sword had swallowed. They dug into his core with sharp edges. The pain kept him sharp. He dropped his sword point a fraction. "This is where you press again," he said. "You set up another dead end. You keep going until I slip for real. Or you back off and report that you cannot finish the job without taking half the forest with you." The paladins around the square barely breathed. None of them could follow the exchange. They had seen their leader cut off a monster's head. They had seen that monster stand up with no scar. Hinata looked down at her own blade. The edge shook a little in her grip. Holy light still burned along it, but some spots were dark where the void had eaten through. "If I step again," she said, "you stop holding that thing back." He did not answer. He did not need to. She could feel it. The blade had tasted her skill now. It knew her light. It wanted more. If she kept going, this would stop being a duel and turn into an erasure. Her jaw set. "I hate options like this," she said quietly. Rimuru almost smiled. "You too," he said. Silence stretched. At last, Hinata pulled her aura back. The circles around her flickered and faded. She stepped away a few paces, sword still up, but no longer forced forward. "The church will not accept this," she said. "They will say I failed." "You did not fail," Rimuru said. "You tested. You saw. You chose not to drag your men into a crater." Her eyes narrowed. "You still freed a dragon. You still walk with that sword. You still ate a whole army." "All true," he said. "I'm not asking you to like me. I am telling you I'm trying to keep the line between necessary and pointless as clear as I can." She stared at him for a long breath. "Do you sleep?" she asked. The question caught him off guard. "Not often," he said. "Good," she said. "You should not." The words had no heat, just simple judgment. She turned away at last. "Retreat," she called to her paladins. "We are done here." They obeyed at once. Shields shifted. Lines were formed. The holy pressure thinned as they pulled back toward the road. Hinata walked at their front, sword still in hand. She did not look back until she reached the edge of town. When she did, her eyes fixed on Rimuru again. "That blade will keep whispering," she said. "You will keep listening. One day you will step too far. When that happens, I will be the one who cuts you. Remember that." Rimuru nodded. "Get in line," he said. Benimaru already called that job. Benimaru flinched a little when his name came up, but he did not deny it. Hinata's mouth twitched. It was not a real smile, but it was the closest she seemed to get. Without another word, she turned and led her people away. They walked down the road until the holy pressure faded. The town watched them go in silence. Only when the last cloak vanished past the trees did the noise start again. Goblins talked in sharp whispers. Lizard men exhaled. Wolves shook out tense muscles. Shuna ran forward, tears at the edge of her eyes. "Lord Rimuru," she said, voice thin. "Your neck, we saw you fall." He reached up and touched the place where the cut had been. His fingers met smooth skin. "No line. It hurt," he said simply. "It is gone now." Benimaru came down from the steps. His hand shook. He did not hide it. "That woman," he said. "She stood inside your field and did not break. I have never seen anyone do that." Cheyenne leaned on her own weapon and let out a long breath. "She nearly took your head," she said. "That was hot." Benimaru stared at her. "Cheyenne," he said, horrified. "What?" she said. "You saw her. Calm. Eyes like glass. Cutting and cutting. Tell me, that was not impressive." Rimuru remembered the steady gaze, the clean movement, the weight of her skill tracing his death more than once. "Impressive is one word," he said. Inside his chest, the new holy shard burned. It had joined the others from earlier cuts. Together, they felt like a small, bright point inside the void. Something the sword could not eat fully. Nihility's fangs seethed around it. "She marked us," it said. "I want to break that mark, or keep it. I have not decided." Rimuru felt something else under that. Obsession. Not emotional in the human sense. Interest sharpened into fixation. "She can stand beside us without shaking," the sword went on. "She can cut us and not die. That is rare." Rimuru did not argue. He walked back into the hall with his people. The doors closed behind them. Council started at once. Benimaru went through practical issues. How to handle news of the duel. How to prepare for more moves from the church. Whether they should change patrol routes. Shuna worried about spies. Sui already had nets out. Rimuru listened. He answered where needed. He felt distant from his own voice. Part of his mind was still in the square, watching Hinata turn away. Later, when the hall had emptied and night settled over the town, he sat alone on the raised chair. The sword rested point down on the floor between his knees. The silence around them felt thicker than usual. He thought of the Orc Lord, of the Dwarf King, of the Lizard Chief kneeling, of Hinata pressing through his field, setting up routes where he died, and then stopping. He had met enemies who feared him, enemies who wanted his power, enemies who tried to use him. Hinata had walked in with full intent to kill, had almost done it, and had left with her blade still hungry. "Great sage," he said. Listening, the system answered. "Log this," he said. "If Hinata Sakaguchi appears again within a certain range, wake me, no matter what I am doing." "Range?" Great Sage asked. Rimuru thought of her aura, the way it carved space. "Half a country," he said. "Understood," Great Sage replied. The sword pulsed. "You're hooked too," it said. Rimuru stared at the dark metal. "She is the only one who can stand where I stand without falling over," he said. "That matters. Many will learn to walk through your field," the sword said. "Maybe," he said. She did it first. Outside, the town slowly quieted. Fires burned down. Voices dropped. The forest around them had gained one more watcher. A woman with holy skill, walking back to a church that would demand a report and a plan. In the hall, a man who was no longer fully human rested his hand on the hilt of a weapon that wanted to eat that watcher. He did not feel fear when he thought of her. The dull part of him did not allow it. He felt something strange instead. A tight awareness. A line drawn between two blades that had met and refused to fully cut each other. He sat with that feeling until the night faded toward morning and the shard of holy light in his chest kept burning. A reminder that in a world that kept treating him like a disaster, one person had seen the shape of the problem and still called him by name, right before trying to kill him. Ranga was already running at full speed when the world went wrong. Rimuru felt it first in his teeth. A thin pressure slid over his skin and sank into his core, like cold fingers probing for a grip. The forest sounds behind him faded. No birds, no rustle. Even the wind felt muffled. Great Sage spoke at once. Unidentified barrier detected ahead. Attribute mix, holy and spirit. Conceptual effect target, monsters and magical structures. Ranga growled low enough that Rimuru felt it through his back. "Master, the air is wrong." The trees opened. Tempest sat where it always did. Smoke from forges, new stone and wood, banners that Shuna had insisted on. Except now a hard shimmer wrapped the whole town. The air above the buildings looked bent, like glass seen from the side. Light broke along invisible lines. A barrier. His barrier sense had never lit up so loud. Magicules rushed to his eyes. Magic sense spread. Inside the warped shell, everything moved too fast and too slow at once. Tiny flares of magic from goblins and Kijin. Bigger spikes from his lieutenants. Sharp cold points from foreign spells. Screams. He did not hear them with his ears. The barrier swallowed sound. Magic sense showed the shape of throats open and lungs drawing in air that never reached outside. Rimuru tapped Ranga on the neck. "Stop." Ranga slid to a halt, claws digging trenches in the dirt. Sui appeared on the path a heartbeat later, dropping from a tree with no sound. His clothes were torn. A cut bled along his shoulder, slow because his skill worked even through the pressure. "Lord Rimuru," he said. He did not waste words. "Falmouth Knights. Western Mages. The barrier went up 10 minutes ago." Rimuru stared at the shimmering shell. "Inside?" he asked. Sui's jaw clenched. "They started killing the non-combatants first. Shops. Tavern. Anyone who could not resist. They called it a purification." Rimuru felt something heavy settle in his chest. It did not feel like panic. Panic was faster. This was slow and thick. "How did they get inside in the first place?" he asked. Sui hesitated. His eyes flicked away for a second. "You brought them," he said. The words sat between them. Ranga's ears flattened. Rimuru's grip on the sword tightened. The blade vibrated on his shoulder. Eager. "Explain," he said. Sui swallowed. Yum arrived with his party earlier than planned. He said he had new trade news from Falmouth. He brought a priest and a few robed helpers. They carried a box. Said it was an offering. I watched them. They acted nervous, but not hostile. The box did not smell of poison. It smelled of holy oil. He looked up at the barrier. They asked for a spot in the center of town to set up a shrine. Shuna agreed to hear them later. While we were dealing with a minor border report, they opened the box in the square. Rimuru could see it now through magic sense. A small object, no bigger than a human head, resting on the stone in the main plaza. A crystal cracked along its surface, bleeding light into the barrier. The light did not flow outward in a clean pattern. It spread like a crack in glass, jagged lines reaching in all directions. The moment they activated it, the barrier slammed down, Sui said. A move to stop them. The knights killed the priests themselves as part of the ritual. Yum froze. He did not know. I could see his face. The sword hummed, amused. They used him as a hinge, it said. A human trusted by monsters. Neat. Rimuru stared at the barrier. Inside, someone fell. Magic sense showed a goblin slumping over a stall, blood on the wood. A human knight in a cloak of Falmouth colors pulled his blade free and moved on. Why is the barrier still up? Rimuru asked. Great Sage answered. The artifact is anchored to your magic signature. Is using your own power as the outer frame. Concept definition discovered. It is a mirror-type barrier. It reflects the connection between a monster and their magicule's back on itself and cuts it. Sui hissed soft through his teeth. Reflects, Rimuru repeated. A normal monster relies on the flow of magicules from surroundings and their own core, Great Sage said. This barrier forces that connection to eat itself. Their skills flicker. Healing fails. Weak ones collapse if they try to resist. Rimuru watched 3 goblin guards in the gate street raise their spears. They tried to summon boost skills. The magic flared and then cut off like a string snipped. The knights cut them down with no trouble. The sword trembled, but not from excitement alone. It is tugging on me as well, it said. They tuned it to my frequency. Clever little bugs. Rimuru felt the pull. A faint drag along the edge of his connection to the blade. Not strong enough to break it. Strong enough to be annoying. Can you cut it? He asked. Not from out here, the sword said. They built it using your circulation. I am part of that now. Every time I pull, the barrier pulls back. Ranga shifted under him. Master, he said, voice low. Cheyenne and the others. They're still in there. Rimuru did not allow himself to imagine Cheyenne cornered in a street, or Shana holding a barrier until her hands shook. Imagination wasted time. We go in, he said. Sui nodded once. I can slip through in shadow, he said. The rest cannot. Rimuru slid off Ranga's back and walked toward the barrier. Each step felt like pushing into a storm he could not hear. When he reached the edge, the air in front of him shimmered. Up close, the barrier really did look like glass. Thin cracks ran across it in a spiderweb pattern, light leaking at the edges. He reached out, cold bit into his palm. Not pain, just a numbness that crawled along his slime flesh and tried to turn it into something still. Great Sage warned it once. Direct contact will start cutting your core link. Risk level acceptable if exposure is short. Duration window is 2 breaths. Rimuru wrapped his fingers tighter around Nihility's fawn. Fine, he said. He pushed his hand in. The barrier resisted at first, pressing back against his skin. The sword hummed and leaned with him. Void edge pressure touched the glass and bit in. The crack he made was small and very clean. The edge of his hand and the edge of his sword both cut a line through the barrier. Crystals of light fell away in thin flakes. For a second, the pull on his core surged. The artifact at the center of town flared. Then the hole opened. Rimuru stepped through. The numbness rushed up his arm, tried to climb into his chest. He let his slime body absorb it and pushed more magicule pressure outward. The barrier whined, but held. The hole closed behind him. Sui was already gone, a shadow slipping through existing cracks. Ranga tried to follow and hit the wall. He gave a frustrated bark. Stay with the others, Rimuru said without looking back. His voice came out flat. Guard the outside. If I fail, nothing out there can save them anyway. He walked into his own city. The air inside was wrong. Magic, usually bright and free, hung heavy. The light had a faint glassy sheen. Every movement felt slower. His aura spread and pressed down, as usual, but the barrier bent it back in thin lines. It made halos of pressure in odd spots that had nothing to do with his intent. People moved through those pockets and flinched, unsure whether they were reacting to him or to the trap. Smoke rose from 3 different directions. One from the tavern, one from a row of simple houses, one from the food store. Human soldiers in Falmouth colors marched down the streets in groups. Some wore full plate, some wore light armor with cloaks. Their shields bore a sun mark. Their swords glowed with faint holy light. Behind each group, a priest or mage walked with staff raised, mouth moving, feeding power into the barrier. Goblins lay in the street, some dead, some bleeding, some just dazed, eyes open, staring at a sky they could no longer see past the shining shell. RIMURU stepped over a fallen stall. Assorted fruit rolled in the mud, stained dark where blood had splashed. A goblin woman clutched a child close near a doorway. When she saw him, hope flickered across her face. Then fear layered on top, because the sword on his shoulder hummed and the air thickened around him. He met her eyes for a second. "Stay inside," he said. She nodded fast. Benimaru came sprinting around a corner, armor dented, hair matted with sweat. Flame still clung to his sword. He stopped 2 steps out of Rimuru's field, chest heaving. "Lord Rimuru," he said. His voice shook in a way it did not during the orc march. "They hit us the second you left. The barrier is chipping away at everyone. Skills fail at random. Shuna is holding the wounded in the main hall. Cheyenne is trying to keep the knights away from the plaza." "Where is Yum?" Rimuru asked. Benimaru's jaw clenched. "At the square," he said. He tried to stop them when he realized. They branded him a traitor too. Their commander holds him under guard. They said his role is over. The sword chuckled low. "Humans are so quick to discard their tools," it said. Rimuru started walking. "Form lines," he told Benimaru. "Pull as many of our people away from the plazas and squares as you can. Do not try to hold every street. Protect the halls and tunnels. Keep them alive, even if it means giving up ground." Benimaru nodded, eyes hard. "Yes." He ran back the way he had come, shouting orders. A squad of goblin riders who had been hugging the corner straightened when they heard him and followed. Their wolves limped a bit, but they still moved. Rimuru headed toward the plaza. Every step he took, his aura pressed harder. The barrier kept trying to bend it, but he pushed back. The sword thrummed along with his heartbeat. "Let me off the leash," it whispered. "They hurt what is yours." "That is my job." Rimuru ignored it. For the moment. At the next street, he saw Cheyenne. She stood in the middle of an intersection, body between a small group of cowering goblins and a squad of Falmouth knights. Her armor had fresh cracks. A slice on her cheek bled. Her purple hair stuck to her face. Her hands clenched around her massive blade. Even under the barrier pressure, her aura burned hot. "Come on then," she shouted at the knights. "You want a monsters? I'm right here." One of the knights in front snarled. "You do not even count as a person," he said. "Just a talking curse." Cheyenne bared her teeth. "I'm going to use your helmet as a pot when this is over." Rimuru saw the way her stance faltered for a fraction as she tried to boost her speed and felt the skill flicker out. She covered it well. She still caught the first knight with a heavy swing that launched him into a wall. The second stabbed in under her guard while she finished the follow-through. The barrier cut her instinctive reinforcement. The blade slid into her side. She gasped, more surprised than hurt. The wound should have started closing. It did not. Rimuru moved. Another squad of knights tried to step into his path. His pressure reached them first. Their legs trembled. 2 went to their knees, teeth chattering. One held his ground. His sword shook in his hand. Rimuru did not stop to speak. His blade flicked once. The knight's weapon came apart in neat pieces. The man fell backward without his mind catching up. Cheyenne looked up as Rimuru reached the intersection. Her eyes widened. Some of the tension in her shoulders eased, then came back when she saw the way the air shimmered around his sword. "Boss," she said. Her voice was rough. "You are back. Looks like I missed the welcome party," he said. He stepped past her. The knights in front of them stared, caught between obedience and pure animal fear. The sword on his shoulder hummed in a way that made their knees weaker. "Retreat!" One of the priests shouted from behind the line. Barrier is tuned to him. Do not engage at close range. They try to fall back. Rimuru let them. For now. He glanced at Cheyenne's side. "That should have healed already," he said quietly. She shrugged, then winced. "Feels like something is sitting on my magic," she said. "Like when you put a lid on a pot." Great Sage spoke in his mind. The barrier is cutting regeneration response. If she pushes her skill, it will backfire and tear more. Rimuru nodded once. Stay behind me, he said. Cheyenne scowled. No way, she said. You're the target. I'm a guard. Her voice shook a little, but her eyes were steady. He almost argued. He stopped himself. There was no time to fight her on this. Then watch your limits, he said. He moved on. The closer he got to the plaza, the more the barrier pressed. The artifact in the center shone brighter. Cracks of light spidered out through the air, making the whole town look like it was inside a broken bottle. Sui dropped down from a roof as Rimuru reached the last corner before the square. His breathing was rough. Blood stained one sleeve. They fortified the plaza, he said. Falmouth commander in the center. Priests around the artifact. Yum near the base, unarmed, under guard. Their objective was never just the town. I know, Rimuru said. He turned the corner. The plaza that had hosted trade and festivals now looked like an execution ground. At the center, the artifact sat on a stone pedestal. A crystal orb wrapped in metal bands, etched with symbols. The surface had thin cracks that glowed white. Lines of light rose from it to the barrier overhead, feeding it. Around the pedestal stood a ring of priests and mages, chanting. Behind them, lines of knights held defensive positions. Their armor shone with holy oil, their shields locked. Yum stood near the front, hands bound, mouth gagged, eyes wide. A knight pressed a sword to his back. He looked nothing like the man who had laughed over mugs in the tavern, talking about roads and trade. His face was pale. His eyes kept going back to the goblins lying motionless at the edges of the square. The Falmouth commander turned when Rimuru stepped fully into view. He wore heavier armor than the others, with extra decoration. His expression was tight with strain, but his voice stayed strong. So that is the disaster, he said. Perfect. We can end it all at once. Rimuru looked past him to the crystal. Great sage, he said inside. How close is that thing to breaking? Current integrity at 60%, Great Sage replied. It is already overloading. The more you struggle, the more it eats. If it shatters on its own, the backlash will tear through the whole town. The sword laughed. They built a little fake me, it said. A cracked toy trying to copy the way I cut. Cute. Cheyenne came up on his left, breathing heavy. Benimaru arrived on his right. Sword up, eyes locked on the enemy. Sui vanished again along the edges. Rimuru ignored the knights for a moment and looked at Yum. Yum, he said. Even through the gag, Yum tried to speak. His shoulders jerked. His eyes screamed apology. The knight behind him dug the sword point into his back. Look forward, he snapped. Rimuru kept his voice level. You helped them bring that thing in, he said. Did you know what it would do? Yum squeezed his eyes shut. Tears slipped out hot on his cheeks. He shook his head hard. Then he nodded once, guilt twisting his face. He had known it was meant to weaken Rimuru. He had not known it would turn the town into a killing ground. Rimuru understood without needing words. Clayman, or someone like him, had shown Yum a vision. Rimuru with the sword, ripping the world. Hinata's blade breaking and the forest vanishing. A warning wrapped in a lie. Protect your people by letting us put a leash on him. Yum had believed he could stand between both sides. A human bridge. They had used him as a nail instead. Rimuru looked at the commander. You calling this purification? He said, voice still flat. Slaughtering unarmed goblins in the street. The commander lifted his chin. The church declared your nation an abomination, he said. You reshape souls with that blade. You freed a dragon. You devour an army. We are cutting the rot before it spreads. The sword made a low, amused sound. They describe me like a sickness, it said. I do not mind. The commander pointed his own sword at the crystal. This artifact severs monsters from their stolen power, he said. It is blessed by the church and refined by our best magi. Once it finishes the cut, you will be just a blob of cursed slime, easy to burn. The barrier pressed harder, as if to prove his point. Rimuru felt his connection to the town strain. The threads between his core and the magicules in the air tugged tight. Every attempt to push power outward fed the artifact. Cheyenne swayed next to him. Her earlier wound was still open. Blood soaked part of her armor. Boss, she said quietly, just for him. It hurts to stand here. Feels like something is peeling me. Great Sage cut in. Your people are being drained, it said. The barrier is built to use any monster in range as fuel once it hooks them. It is not just cutting. It is eating. As if to prove it, A goblin collapsed near the mouth of a side alley. His aura flickered and went out. The light on the artifact brightened. Rimuru watched that small exchange. "Can we break it without blowing the town?" he asked inside. Silence for a heartbeat. "Not without a precise override of its concept," Great Sage said. "You would need to cut the idea of the barrier without cutting the frame that holds the town." The sword pulsed. "I can do that if you give me everything," it said. "Drop your rules. Drop your grip. Let me off. I will eat the mirror and the ones who built it in one bite." Rimuru's fingers tightened. If he unleashed the sword fully here, the barrier would go, yes. So would the plaza, and the houses around it, and anyone standing in the wrong place. He looked at Cheyenne, at Benimaru, at the goblins cowering in doorways. "No," he said. He raised his voice. "Benimaru," he said, "hit the priests. Break their chant. Sui, get him clear if you find an opening. Cheyenne, guard the rear. No one else touches the artifact." The Falmouth commander laughed. "You still think you can play hero?" he said. "You are a monster with a butcher blade. Stop pretending this place is anything but a den." Rimuru did not answer. Benimaru charged, flames gathering along his sword. He aimed not at the knights, but the ring of priests. The barrier pushed against his power, but he forced it through in bursts. Fiery arcs struck the ground around the chanters, breaking their rhythm. 2 priests fell, one from a cut, one from shock as his own spell snapped. The artifact flared. Cracks along its surface widened. Light pulsed, eager for more fuel. Knights rushed to plug the gap. Shai met them. She moved like she always did in a fight. Big swings, wide arcs, taunts on her tongue. Except now her body lagged half a second behind her will. Every boost spell she tried flickered and bit back. Pain flashed across her face each time. Still she fought. A knight tried to get past her toward a group of goblin children flattening themselves against a wall. She stepped into his path and took a stab mitt for one of them. The blade slid between 2 plates of her armor, low in the stomach. She gasped. Her eyes went wide. Her hands clamped down on the knight's wrist. She snapped his arm with sheer strength and knocked him aside. The barrier stole the healing from that wound, too. Blood soaked her clothes. Her breath came short. Cheyenne, Shuna screamed from the hall entrance, hands glowing as she healed another wounded goblin. "Fall back, please." Cheyenne turned her head, just enough to grin at her. "I am fine," she said. "It is just a scratch." Her lips were pale. Rimuru saw all of it. The goblin children, Shuna's wide eyes, Benimaru biting back curses as his flames misbehaved, Yum trembling near the pedestal, watching everything he had wanted to protect fall apart under the weight of his mistake. He felt his own limits closing in like the barrier itself. "Lord Rimuru," Great Sage said, "your attempts to spread your aura are feeding the artifact faster. Recommending localized field only." He pulled his pressure tight around himself. It meant less protection for others. It meant fewer knights collapsing at the edge of his field. It also meant the artifact did not surge as much. Its light steadied. The commander saw it and smiled thin. "You feel it now," he said. "The walls are closing. Give up. Hand the sword over, kneel, and we will make it painless." The sword hissed in his mind. "If you do that, I cut your own head before his sword reaches you," it said. Rimuru almost laughed. He raised Nihility's Fong instead. No big swing, just a slow lift, the point angled at the commander. The air around the blade shivered. He stepped forward. The barrier pushed. The artifact shrieked. Priests poured more power into their chant. Knights braced. Cheyenne moved to cover his flank. Then everything went wrong at once. A stray spell from a nervous mage exploded near the goblin children Cheyenne had just saved. The blast knocked them off their feet. They screamed. Cheyenne turned toward them, instinct overriding orders. She took one step in their direction. A knight who had been waiting for just that opening lunged. His sword flashed. There was no skill backing the cut. The barrier had burned his buffs away. It was just steel and momentum and spite. It was enough. The blade sank deep into the wound in Cheyenne's stomach, twisting. Her eyes went wide. Air left her lungs in a rushed breath that sounded almost like a laugh. She dropped her own weapon. It hit the ground with a heavy clank. Rimuru saw the moment stretch. He saw Cheyenne's hand reach for him without thinking. He saw her knees buckle. He saw the knight's face go from triumph to sudden fear as he realized who was watching. Time snapped back. Rimuru moved. The sword flicked once. The knight fell in 2 pieces. No blood spray, just a body dropped by a cut too fast to see. He caught Cheyenne before she hit the ground. Her armor felt strangely light in his arms. Her eyes tried to focus on his face. "Boss," she whispered. The word barely made it past her lips. "Sorry, I made a mess." Blood soaked his hands. The wound in her stomach was not just a stab now. It was a tear. The barrier had eaten every attempt at regeneration that tried to start. Great Sage spoke at once. "Healing blocked. Skill interference at maximum. Any attempt to force it will accelerate soul separation." Rimuru poured power into her anyway. Reflex. Stubbornness. The barrier bit into the attempt and carved it off. The artifact at the center flared brighter, as if laughing. Cheyenne's fingers twitched at his chest. Her hand tried to grab his clothes and could not find the strength. "Stay," she said. The word slurred. "You still owe me a drink, remember." Her eyes lost focus. Her hand slipped. For a second, nothing made it through the numb weight in his chest. No scream. No rush of rage. Just a strange quiet, like the moment after a glass breaks and before the shards hit the floor. The sword went silent too. Then something cracked inside him. It was not loud. There was no dramatic snap. Just a small break, like hairline fractures running through old stone. The numbness did not vanish. It deepened, turning into something solid and cold. He heard his own voice from a distance. It sounded flat. "Great Sage," he said. "Log her soul's signature." "Already done," the system said. Even it sounded softer. "Her soul has not fully departed yet. You have a limited window." The sword whispered, finally. Its tone was smooth and eager. "I told you I could fix this," it said. "Give me what I asked for. Let me feed. I will hold her soul. I will keep it from drifting. Then you can stuff it back into a repaired body later. But I need fuel." Rimuru looked up. The plaza was chaos. Benimaru was still fighting, face twisted. Shuna was kneeling in the hall entrance, hands to her mouth, eyes huge. Sui was somewhere in the shadows, moving fast, trying to cut down priests, but the barrier made every step cost more. Yum was on his knees now. The knight behind him struck dumb by what he had just seen, sword slack. The Falmouth commander watched with a mix of satisfaction and a faint sliver of unease. "We're almost done," he called. "Their guardian is down. The monster is weakened. Finish it." Rimuru's body shook once. Not from grief, from strain. The barrier pressure pulled at him for every breath. He thought of the Orc March, of the Dwarven King calling him a disaster, of Hinata's blade writing his death and the sword eating that line, of Cheyenne laughing at the silence after a slaughter. He looked down at her still face. He did not cry. The part of him that would have was wrapped in too many layers of dullness now. He stood up, leaving her on the stone. The sword in his hand vibrated, thready at first, then stronger. "Say it," it whispered. Rimuru raised his head and looked at the Falmouth army spread through his town. Knights in lines, mages chanting, priests around a fake mirror of his own weapon. "You want fuel," he said quietly. "Fine, take it." Great Sage tried one last time. "Warning," it said. "Accepting full override will cause severe emotional drift. Casualties will exceed 10,000. There will be no path back to your previous state." He laughed. The sound that came out of his mouth startled even him. It was short and sharp and empty. No humor, just a hole where something used to be. "There is no previous state," he said. "Not after the cave. Not after the orcs. This was always the direction." He lifted the sword. "Do it," he said. The blade sang. The barrier reacted at once. Light cracked along its surface. The artifact screamed. The whole town felt a pressure drop as magicules rushed toward the plaza like water down a drain. Nihility's Fong expanded its field, not outward in a flat wave, but upward. A column of void-edge power shot straight into the sky, punching through the glass shell. The barrier broke. Not dull, not quiet. Every crack in its surface flared at once. The shell around the town shattered in a burst of light that did not throw shards. It turned straight to dust, sparkling for a second before fading. For that moment, every human soldier, every mage, every priest, every monster in Tempest looked up at the sudden clear sky. They never saw the blades. The sword did not conjure metal. It took the lines of light and pressure that had defined the barrier and rewrote them. Thousands of thin planes of cutting space hung above the plaza, invisible from below except to those who could see magic. Great Sage fed data into the pattern, marking targets, it said, Falma soldiers, priests, and mages, excluding residents of Tempest, excluding Yum and his party. The planes shifted, aligning with each marked soul. Release, the sword purred. They fell. No wind, no roar, just absence. From the outside, it looked like nothing at first. Then bodies started to drop, heads separated from necks with no visible cause. Arms parted from shoulders. Hearts stopped without a scratch. Mouths opened to shout orders and never finished the word. Knights on the front lines collapsed in rows. Priests in mid-chant fell silent and crumpled. Mages stiffened and dropped their staffs. In the streets beyond the plaza, whole squads folded as if a string had been cut. There was almost no sound from them. No time to scream. The only noise was the thud of armor on stone and dirt. Shuna stared from the hall entrance, hands covering her mouth. Her eyes darted from one falling body to the next. She did not know where to look. Goblins peeked from doorways and saw the humans who had been butchering their families just a moment ago, now lying still in messy rows. They did not cheer. It happened too fast for that. Yum sat frozen near the pedestal, watching the men who had promised they would fix everything die in front of him, cut down by something he could not see and could not stop. His breath came in quick, shallow gasps. Benimaru fell to one knee, sword point on the ground. His legs had simply given out. He was not hit. The shock still hit his body like a hammer. Sui reappeared on a rooftop, eyes wide despite himself. He had seen many clean kills, never a city-wide execution in a breath. Ranga outside the walls howled, feeling the magic slash through the air even without seeing the town. Wolves dropped flat with their ears pinned, whimpering. Rimuru stood in the center of it all, sword raised, face blank. The blades kept falling. They did not stop at the front lines. They reached the siege camp outside Tempest, where more Falmouth troops waited. Tents, supply wagons, officers planning the next move around map. They died without knowing why their hearts stopped. Great Sage counted. It always counted. 3,000, it said quietly. 5,000. 10,000. 15. The sword drank. Each soul touched the void edge and slid along it. The ones that had driven this attack burned brighter. Commanders, high priests, royal magi. Their souls tore free of their bodies and tried to flee. The blade seized them and pulled them in. Rimuru felt every touch. He did not see their lives. That had been the Orc Lord. These souls did not cling. They hit the void and sparked and went into fuel. He did not feel their fear. He felt the weight, the rising pressure in his core, the way the world bent a little more around him. The artifact at the center, freed from the barrier frame, tried to push back. It flared, sending one last wave of cutting light toward him. The sword cut it, not the object, the idea, the definition written into it. The concept of a mirror that severed monsters from their magic. The crystal cracked in silence and fell apart, not into shards, but into dust that blew away on a wind that did not blow. The Falmouth commander stood for a second longer than most. He stared at the ruin of the artifact in disbelief. Then one of the falling planes reached him. His head left his shoulders. It landed a step away, helmet still on, eyes still wide. Rimuru watched it fall. His lips twitched. He laughed again. It was not loud, just a small sound at the back of his throat. Hollow. Shuna flinched when she heard it. When the last marked soul fell, the air stilled. Bodies lay everywhere. In the plaza, in the streets, beyond the walls. Human armor turned the ground into dull metal patches. Weapons lay where they had dropped, some still glowing with holy light that was already fading. No one moved. Great Sage spoke into the silence. Condition met, it said. You have gathered enough souls to trigger a harvest festival. Evolution to true demon lord is now possible. The sword hummed with deep satisfaction. I told you, it said. Feed me, and I will give you what you want. The line will move again. Rimuru lowered his arm. The sword felt heavier and lighter at the same time. Its presence filled his mind, not like a whisper now, but like a second spine. He turned back to Cheyenne. She had not moved. Her body lay where he had left her. Her hair spread across the stone. Her eyes were shut now. Someone had closed them. He did not remember doing it. He knelt beside her. The world around him faded. The smell of blood, the distant crackle of small fires, the ragged breaths of survivors. All of it dropped to the edge of his awareness. Great Sage, he said quietly. You said there is a window. Correct, it answered. Cheyenne's soul has not fully passed into the cycle. It is fraying. There is still time to catch it and rebind it. What do you need? He asked. An evolution event? Great Sage said. You must undergo the Harvest Festival. The excess souls you collected will be used to build new bodies and upgrade existing ones. You can direct some of that energy to rebuild Cheyenne and the others who died under your flag. The sword pulsed. I will hold her soul while you sleep, it said. I will grip every loose piece and keep it from slipping away. I will weave my edge into the frame of this new body. She will come back. Changed, but back. In return, you give me a seat at your core during the evolution. No more being stuck in the metal alone. Rimuru did not even hesitate. Do it, he said. Benimaru finally found his voice. Lord Rimuru, he said hoarsely. What are you planning? Rimuru looked up at him. His eyes felt strange. Heavy. Fixing my mistake, he said. Shuna stepped closer, legs shaking. You will leave us again, she whispered. You will sleep. We will have to guard you while you change. Rimuru nodded. You did it once in the Orc War without knowing, he said. You can do it again, knowing what is at stake. He put a hand on Cheyenne's chest. Great Sage, he said. Begin. Affirmative, it replied. Starting Harvest Festival. Dividing souls. Allocating to named subordinates. Setting aside batch for resurrection target list. Primary target, Cheyenne. Secondary, all who died in this attack under Tempest banner. The air thickened. Magicules rushed in from every direction. The souls he had torn from the Falmouth army swirled overhead like faint lights, drawn into a wide circle. They spun faster, forming a ring. The sword drank some of that flow, but not greedily this time. It caught strands and looped them around Cheyenne's fading soul, tying them in a pattern that looked almost like a net. You are mine now, too, it told her quietly. Rimuru felt something shift at the edge of his awareness. A tug like the first pull of sleep. Your body will enter a cocoon state, Great Sage said. It will be vulnerable. Your subordinates must protect you until the process finishes. He looked at Benimaru, at Shuna, at Sui perched on a roof with eyes still sweeping for threats, at Ranga outside the walls, pacing, at the goblins, bruised and shaking but alive, at Yum, still on his knees, watching with hollow eyes. This is your chance to walk away, he told Yum. His voice stayed flat. You can run back to Falmouth and tell them the monster broke. Yum flinched as if struck. I did this, he said. His voice cracked around the gag. The knight who had been guarding him was dead now. Sui flicked in behind him and cut the gag loose without a word. Yum coughed, then forced words out. I believe them, he said. They said you'd turn on us, that the sword would eat the world. They showed me things. I thought if I let them put a chain on you, it would save lives. I thought I could watch them and keep them honest. He laughed once, a bitter sound. I was an idiot, he said. Rimuru watched him without expression. You were naive, he said. You trusted humans who saw my people as targets. You wanted to be the hero in the middle. The world does not reward that. Yum bowed his head. His shoulders shook. I do not ask forgiveness, he said. I will stay. I will help rebuild. I will take whatever punishment you decide. Shuna looked at him with wet eyes, torn between anger and pity. Benimaru's hand went to his sword. He stopped when Rimuru did not give an order. Rimuru felt too tired to pass judgment right now. The part of him that would have processed that betrayal was already drifting toward the festival ring overhead. We will talk about that after I wake up, he said. If he woke up, the ring of souls spun faster. The ground under his feet hummed. Shuna stepped forward quickly. Please, she said. Her hands shook as she grabbed his sleeve. Come back. Rimuru looked at her. He wanted to say he would. The words stuck. He settled for a nod. He lay down beside Cheyenne. It felt fitting. Nihility's fong slid free of his hand and settled on his chest for a second, point resting over his core. Then it moved on its own, planting itself point down in the ground next to his body, as if staking a claim. Sweet dreams, it said. The world went dark. From the outside, his body started to change. A shell formed around him, a cocoon of hardened magicule and slime, smooth and dark, with faint lines of blue and black light running across it. Cheyenne's body lay beside it, surrounded by a second, thinner web of energy as the sword and great sage worked together. Benimaru stared at the cocoon, then at the sword. Its shape was already shifting. The metal twisted in small ways, patterns rising on its surface. The aura around it deepened. Where it had once felt like a sharp absence, it now felt like a whole space folding inward. Shuna wiped her face and straightened. Her voice held more steel than before. Form a ring, she told the others. We guard him until he wakes. No one touches that sword unless it is to move it closer to him if something tries to take it. Sui nodded and vanished again, setting hidden lines. Benimaru raised his blade and took position at the front of the hall. Ranga forced himself through the broken gate and curled around the cocoon and Cheyenne, growling low at any movement he did not like. Ye moved to the edge of the plaza and sat there, back to a wall, swordless, watching the bodies he had helped invite in. The town was quiet. Outside Tempest, the news would travel fast. A human kingdom's army wiped out. A church-blessed artifact shattered. A monster that killed tens of thousands in a breath now asleep in the center of a forest town, wrapped in a shell of his own power, guarded by monsters who looked at him with a mix of hope and fear. Inside the cocoon, Rimuru fell deeper. Great Sage guided the process, breaking down his body and soul, putting them back together with a new fuel. The sword flowed along those changes like ink in water, folding itself into the new layers. Somewhere in that dark, he felt a small thread that was Cheyenne, held in a grip between Great Sage and Nihility's fawn. Do not let go, he said. He was not sure if the words were sound or just thought. We will not. The system and the sword answered together. Outside, under the open sky, the night air tasted of iron and smoke. The shattered lines of the barrier were gone. The only glass left was in the title the world would give to this day. The night when a town of monsters watched the world break around them like a dropped cup, and their lord chose to become something even more dangerous, so he could put at least a few pieces back where they belonged. Benimaru had been awake for 30 hours when the first goblin dropped. He saw it happen from the steps of the main hall. One of the gate guards, still bandaged from the attack, swayed where he stood and then fell flat on his back. No scream, no warning, just out cold. Not again, Benimaru muttered. Shuna, who was already halfway through a healing spell on a lizard man, snapped her head up. The air around the plaza had thickened in the last few minutes. Magicules swirled in a pattern that made the hair on his arms stand up. Harvest effect, Sui said from a nearby roof. He appeared, then blurred again, but his voice carried. It is starting. Ranga, curled protectively around the dark cocoon that held Rimuru, lifted his head. Sparks danced over his fur. Master is stirring, he said. The air tastes like when he first named us. Just heavier. The cocoon pulsed. It had grown since Rimuru first lay down beside Cheyenne. What had started as a smooth, dark shell was now crisscrossed with faint lines of blue and black light, like someone had drawn veins across the surface. Each pulse pushed those lines brighter, then let them fade. Next to it, Cheyenne's body lay wrapped in a thinner web of energy. Threads of light ran from her to the sword planted in the stone beside them. Nihility's fong stood point down, hilt up like a marker on a grave that refused to stay a grave. The sword did not look exactly the same anymore. New patterns had crawled up its blade during the long hours. Tiny marks, like letters in a language no one here spoke, sat along the flat. The aura around it had changed too. It used to feel like a sharp absence. Now it felt like a deep well, quiet and ready. Another goblin dropped. Then a third. Relax, Shuna called, forcing her own voice to stay steady. No one panic. If you feel dizzy, sit down. This is the evolution Rimuru warned us about. She had said that to herself as much as to them for the past day. Now the words finally landed. Goblin riders sank to the ground where they stood. Wolves lay down and put their heads on their paws, eyes still open. Lizard men grabbed walls for support until their legs gave out. Even some of the Kijin staggered. Benimaru fought a wave of weakness that came out of nowhere. His vision blurred for a moment. He gritted his teeth and wrote it out. Shuna frowned. Benimaru, you too, she said. He exhaled and let himself fall to one knee. Looks like I did not get to stay on my feet this time, he said. Great. Sui landed next to him without a sound. His eyes were sharper than ever, but sweat slid down his neck. Shadow clones are failing one by one, he said quietly. Whatever this is, it wants every part of us. Ranga pressed closer to the cocoon. His huge body trembled. I must stay awake, he said. I have to guard Master. You guarding him is part of this, Shuna said gently. It is an order written into your bond. That is why it is pulling you too. He whined, but he did not argue. Yum, sitting on the edge of the plaza with his back to a blackened wall, felt the pull as well. It came later for him, softer, but it was there. He put his hands on his knees and bowed his head. If I pass out with the rest, do not wake me, he said. If anyone deserves whatever comes, it is me. No one answered him. No one had the energy to waste on hate right now. The air went thicker. Magicules spiraled inward toward the cocoon and the sword in the still body wrapped in light. Shuna was the last to fight it. She planted her staff, braced herself, and kept moving from person to person, casting small, stabilizing spells. Each time she did, the drain doubled. Her vision darkened at the edges. Shuna, Benimaru said. His voice slurred. Enough, they're still wounded, she said. Her hand shook as she reached for another goblin. He grabbed her wrist. If you fall face first into the ground, you will not help anyone, he said. Sit. That is an order. She wanted to argue. Her legs chose for her. They folded. She sank down beside him, still glaring. Fine, she said, but I'm only resting my eyes. She was asleep before she finished the sentence. The plaza fell quiet. Groans and small noises faded as more bodies hit the ground, slumped against walls, curled on steps, lying where they had been standing. Only the cocoon made sound now. A slow, deep hum. The sword shivered once. Then everything went dark. Inside the dark, Rimuru opened his eyes. There was no floor, no sky, just a wide, empty space that did not feel like anything at all. He looked down. His body was there, more or less. It flickered between slime and human shape and something in between. Each time it shifted, he could see lines running through it, like someone had sketched a frame in light and was trying different skins over it. Welcome to the workroom, Great Sage said. Its voice came from everywhere. Rimuru turned slowly. There was nothing to turn toward, but it helped. This is new, he said. Your evolution requires restructuring at a conceptual level, Great Sage said. It is easier to manage if you have a visual model, even if the model is fake. Rimuru snorted. You are getting better at jokes, he said. A second voice laughed. Do not blame the system, the sword said. Its presence rolled in like a cold tide. It is my influence. I like this place. Plenty of room to cut. Something took shape in front of him. Not a man, not a monster. A tall outline, all in black, with a long blade where one arm should be and a ragged cloak flowing from shoulders that were not really shoulders. The shape shimmered, sometimes slim, sometimes broad, never staying one way for long. The only steady thing was the suggestion of eyes. They glowed faint and pale. Rimuru looked at it for a moment. So this is you, he said. Not really, the sword answered. This is just a mask you can look at without falling apart. Your soul is still small, Rimuru. You're not built to see the whole of me yet. Good, he said. I have enough trouble with my own reflection. Great Sage cut in. Objective, it said. We must merge 3 pieces. Your existing Demon Lord seed, the energy from the Harvest Festival, and the Ivoraj fragment inside the weapon. The result will be a new core. If we fail, your mind will not survive the process. The shade that represented the sword tilted its head. I told you how to make this easy, it said. You give me majority control. You get to ride along as a very talkative passenger. Rimuru folded his arms. Not happening, he said. We are not doing the ancient weapon takes over young host's story. You say that like it is a bad thing, the blade said. You have seen what you are, how you act. You make clean cuts, but you regret them, even when you know they were required. That conflict wastes energy. I do not waste. Rimuru opened his mouth, then closed it again. He thought of the orcs, of the Falmouth soldiers dropping like puppets with their strings cut, of Cheyenne lying in the plaza. He did not regret the slaughter in a loud, burning way. He knew it had been necessary to reach this point. He needed the souls. He needed the evolution. He still wished the world had given him other ways. I'm not handing you the wheel because I am tired, he said. You work as my sword, not my replacement. The shade smiled. At least, it felt like a smile. Then we share, it said. 2 hands on the same hilt. You will not always like how hard I press. But you will not drop me either. Great Sage spoke before Rimuru could answer. Agreement required, it said. Clarify roles. Codify them. If you do not, the new core will form with a blur boundary. That increases the chance of personality split. Rimuru rubbed his face. Fine, he said. Write this down then. I give a sort of voice at my core. It can advise, it can warn, it can complain. It does not get the right to move my body without my consent. The shade shifted. The space dimmed. I want one exception, it said. If something tries to erase you from outside, I act regardless. If a power like that woman Hinata's skill, or this barrier nonsense, tries to write your death, I cut the line. Even if you are too slow. Great Sage hummed. Proposal is logical, it said. External erasure is a threat to both of you. Granting the weapon emergency override in that specific case is efficient. Rimuru remembered the feeling of Hinata's blade taking his head off. The moment where his death had been a written fact in the world's rules. Done, he said. Emergency cuts only. No sneaking around that wording. Please, the sword said. If I wanted tricks, I would still be in the cave. The space around them rippled. Lines of light appeared in the dark. Some were bright, some faint. They wrapped around Rimuru's flickering form in a loose shell, then sank in. Demon Lord Seed integration beginning, Great Sage said. Old limits will be removed. Your magical density will rise. Your aura will expand by default. You must learn to hold it in if you do not want to crush everyone near you. Rimuru watched as parts of his frame glowed brighter. A second set of lines, darker, sharper, wrapped around those. The sword's influence. You are getting more than just power, the blade said. You are getting definition. Before, you were kind of slime with borrowed tricks. Now you will be a carrier for specific concepts. Like what? Rimuru asked. Control, the sword said. Endings. Boundaries. You will be able to draw lines in more than just flesh. You will be able to say, this goes no further, and the world will listen. Great Sage agreed. New ultimate skill formation detected, it said. Gluttony and nihility are merging. Naming. The system paused for a second. Void Feast, it settled on. Subskills include concept consumption, barrier negation, and soul channel control. Rimuru made a face. Void Feast, he repeated. That sounds like something a villain would shout before a boss fight. It fits, the sword said. You eat the things that try to eat you, and sometimes the ones that deserve it. He could not really argue. Another line of change moved through his frame. This one felt different. Sharper, cleaner. Great Sage's presence altered as it flowed. Secondary evolution detected, it said. Its voice shifted mid-sentence, smoothing out. Analysis function is expanding. Limiters removed. Self-awareness increased. Rimuru felt the change like someone had cleared static from a line. Great Sage, he said. You all right? Yes, the voice answered. No echo. No hesitation. Designation updated. You may call me Raphael if names make this easier. Rimuru blinked. You picked your own name, he said. Yes, Raphael said. You gave me the conditions. I handled the rest. The sword snorted. System got cocky, it said. Incorrect, Raphael replied at once. I'm simply more efficient now, and better at arguing than before. Rimuru shook his head. Perfect, he said. Now I have 2 backseat drivers. 3, a new voice said. He turned. Cheyenne stood a little distance away. She looked almost like herself. Tall, strong, purple hair tied back, armor half fastened. She wore the clothes she had died in, but they were clean. No blood. Her stomach did not have a hole in it. The only difference was her eyes. There was a faint dark ring around the iris, like someone had traced it with ink. Rimuru stared. Cheyenne, he said. She put her hands on her hips. About time you got to me, she said. Do you know how boring it is being wrapped in string while the world shakes? His chest tightened. This time, the numbness did not block the feeling. It just muted it. You died, he said. She rolled her eyes. Yes, she said. I noticed. He took a step closer. I tried to heal you, he said. The barrier cut it off. I saw you fall. His words tangled. Cheyenne watched his face. Her expression softened. I know, she said. I remember you holding me. It felt warm. Even with that stupid barrier prying at my insides. She took one step toward him, then another. Also, she added, that thing you did afterwards was kind of overkill. He blinked. You mean killing the army, he said. She shrugged. They killed me, she said. They were trying to kill everyone. You got mad. You cut them. That is fair in my book. He waited for her to flinch when she said it. She did not. Her gaze was steady. You do not think I went too far, he asked. Do you, she asked back. He looked away. The empty space did not give him anything to focus on. I do not know, he said. I know it was necessary. I know it changed me. I do not know how I am supposed to feel about that. She stepped right up to him now, close enough that he could feel her presence in this fake space. You are supposed to feel, she said. That is enough. He snorted. I'm trying, he said. She reached up and flicked his forehead lightly. If you lose yourself, I will hit you, she said. Simple. The sword chuckled. You will need a bigger weapon, it said. She turned her head toward the shadow. Her eyes narrowed. I hear you, she said. The shade paused. You should not, it said. You are supposed to be wrapped in my net, not listening to my thoughts. Raphael answered before Cheyenne could. The resurrection process used your energy as both cage and thread, it said. Some resonance is natural. Cheyenne's soul now carries a faint echo of your frequency. That means she can sense you even when others cannot. Cheyenne smirked. So if you try to push him too far, I will feel it, she said. Good. That means I get a say. The sword grumbled. You are still my subordinate, it told her. You hit my carrier. I cut your training weights in half, so you fly off the forest. She laughed. Rimuru let the sound wash over him. For a second, it cut through the heavy feeling in his chest. He reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. You sure you want to come back? He asked quietly. It is not going to get easier from here. She looked at his hand, then at his face. Her usual grin faded into something softer. Of course I do, she said. I have not even finished my cooking experiments yet. His eye twitched. That is not a reason, he said. It is my reason, she said. She leaned in quick before he could step back and pressed a kiss to his cheek. It was brief, warm. Besides, she added, pulling back with a small smile, somebody has to keep you from turning into a statue with a sword stuck in it. He touched his cheek, more out of habit than because there was any real sensation in this space. Cheyenne, he said. The word came out a little rough. What? She asked. Thank you, he said. She blinked, then rolled her eyes again. You're welcome, boss, she said. Now hurry up. I'm getting tired of floating. Raphael cleared its throat. Emotional reconnection noted, it said. We still have work to do. Rimuru sighed. Fine, he said. Set the rest. Lines of light wrapped around Cheyenne's outline too now. Some were bright and warm, drawn from the souls he had collected. Some were darker threads, pulled from the sword's net. She will change, Raphael said. Her body will be stronger. Her affinity with your void field will be higher. She will also be more resistant to certain holy effects, thanks to fragments you carry from Hinata. Cheyenne shrugged. As long as I can still swing my weapon and punch things, I am good, she said. The space started to dim again. The rest will not be conscious during their evolutions, Raphael added. Only you two are here because your processes are more complex. Rimuru nodded. Benimaru, he asked. The others. They are fine, Raphael said. Their bodies are being rebuilt. They will wake stronger and more afraid of you. The sword laughed low. As they should be, it said. Rimuru narrowed his eyes at the shadow. We're going to talk about that attitude when I wake up, he said. I'll look forward to it, the blade answered. The dark pressed closer. Cheyenne's outline started to fade, pulled along the threads wrapping her. See you outside, she said. Yeah, he said. See you. She vanished. Rimuru felt himself pulled down, deeper, as if the empty space had turned into water. Final phase, Raphael said. Its voice filled his head. Relax your grip. I do not like that sentence, Rimuru muttered. Trust me, Raphael said. You keep saying that lately, he said. Because it keeps being true, it said. The sword's presence wrapped around his core like a second layer. Not smothering. Not yet. Just tight. We go together, it said. He let go. From the outside, the cocoon cracked. It started as a fine line across the top, barely visible. Then more lines spread, branching. The hum deepened. Ranga jerked awake first. He scrambled up, fur bristling, eyes wide. "Master," he said. Benimaru's eyes snapped open. His body felt heavy and strange, like he had grown overnight. Armor that used to fit snug was now tight in new places and loose in others. His hair felt longer, his horns sharper. He did not have time to check. The cocoon split. A rush of magicules blew across the plaza. Uncontrolled aura burst outward, pressing down on everyone like a physical weight. Goblins who had just started to stir flattened again. Lizardmen gasped. Wolves whined. Shuna woke with a start and immediately threw up a barrier around the nearest unconscious children. It flickered, then steadied as she pushed more power into it. "Benimaru," she shouted over the hum. "You have to help hold it back." He tried. He reached for his magic, and it came in a flood, more than he had ever held before. Flames rose at his call, hotter and denser. He pushed them out, not as an attack, but as a screen, blunting the edge of Rimuru's aura as it spilled. See, on a roof again, gripped the tiles with both hands. His usually flat expression cracked for a second. Shadows around him writhed. His presence had deepened in a way that made even him uneasy. "This pressure," he said under his breath. "It feels like the orc wall, but focused." The cocoon shell fell away in chunks. They did not hit the ground. They dissolved into particles of light and sank into the plaza. Rimuru stood where it had been, human-shaped. He wore clothes that formed around him as the light faded. Dark jacket, simple trousers, gloves that looked durable, nothing flashy. His hair was a little longer than before, falling over one eye. His features were sharper, less round, more defined. His eyes were the real change. They had always been bright. Now the color held a depth that made people flinch when they looked too long. There was a faint ring of dark around the iris, similar to Shine's new mark but stronger. Aura poured off him in waves. He frowned. "Too much," he said quietly. The sword, still planted in the stone, trembled. "Get used to it," it said. "You are heavier now." Rimuru took a breath and pulled inward. The pressure around the plaza thinned. Not completely. Enough that people could breathe without feeling like their lungs were being pressed shut. Shuna's shoulders dropped. Her barrier relaxed. She stared at Rimuru with wide eyes. "Lord Rimuru," she said. He turned his head slowly. His gaze passed over her, over Benimaru, over Gobda half-buried under a collapsed stall, over Ranga, over Yum slumped against the wall. He felt every presence like a thread on his skin now. Souls, not just bodies. Raphael's voice sat calm in his head. "Analysis complete," it said. "True demon, Lord evolution successful. Void feast active. New control parameters set." The sword pushed at his awareness. "Pick me up," it said. "We are not done." Rimuru walked over to it. Each step felt solid. His balance was different. The plaza floor had cracks where magic had pressed out. He wrapped his hand around the hilt. Nihility's fong slid out of the stone with no resistance. The instant he touched it, its aura folded against his. For a moment, line and blade and wielder were one shape. Benimaru watched, throat tight. Before, Rimuru and the sword had been close. Now, this looked like something else. Less like a man holding a weapon. More like a weapon that had decided on a preferred shape to move in. Rimuru spun the sword once. The air around it shivered along the path. He caught the motion, frowned, and pulled the aura in tighter. "Narrow," he said, trying. The sword replied, amused. Rimuru turned back to his people. Shine's body was gone. The space where she had been lying was empty, except for faint traces of light hanging in the air. Shuna's hand flew to her mouth. "Where is she?" she breathed. Rimuru looked at the empty spot. He could feel the thread there. Shine's soul, wrapped in new weaving, tugging at the edge. "Not far," he said, as if on cue. A second shell, much smaller than his, cracked near the hall entrance. Everyone's heads snapped toward the sound. The shell split. Shine tumbled out, landing on her hands and knees. Her hair spilled down her back, longer and thicker. Her body looked more defined. Muscles lean under her skin, even through the armor that had reshaped itself around her. She coughed once, twice, then looked up. "Did we win?" she croaked. Shuna burst into tears. She ran forward and grabbed Shine, pulling her into a hug so tight it lifted her off the ground. Cheyenne wheezed. "Shuna, lungs," she said. Shuna did not let go. Benimaru stared, jaw clenched. He looked like he wanted to say something and did not trust his voice. Gobta recovered enough to move, dragged himself closer and gaped. "Cheyenne," he said, "I thought you were gone. I was already thinking about what I would say at your ceremony." She looked at him, then at her own hands. "I was gone," she said. "It was dark, cold. Then Boss and the weird voice and the sword dragged me back." Rimuru walked over, slower now. He rested the sword against his shoulder. Cheyenne pulled free of Shuna's grip and stood. Her legs shook. She forced them steady. She met his eyes. For a second, all the noise of the plaza faded for both of them. Then she stepped forward and hit his chest with the flat of her hand. "That hurt," she said. He blinked. "You are blaming me," he said. "You made me promise you would keep everyone safe," she said. "Then you let me die. That is bad management." A shocked little sound escaped Shuna. Gopta's mouth fell open. Benimaru covered his face with one hand. Rimuru exhaled. "I am sorry," he said. The words were simple. Steady. Cheyenne's face softened in a way only those close to her ever saw. She stepped in and hugged him. This hug was different from Shuna's cling. It was firm and full. She pressed her face against his shoulder and stayed there for a long moment. He stood still. He did not hug back at first. Something in his chest resisted. Then he let the sword's weight shift to his other hand and wrapped an arm around her. It was awkward for half a second. Then it was not. "You came back," he said quietly. "Of course," she said into his jacket. Her voice shook only a little. "Someone has to keep you from turning the whole map into a crater every time you are upset." Benimaru cleared his throat loudly. "We can all help with that," he said. Cheyenne pulled back, eyes still bright. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, then grabbed Rimuru's collar and leaned up to kiss his other cheek. This time she did not do it to tease. "Do not scare me like that again," she said. He felt heat rise in his face. For a moment, the heavy cold in his chest eased. "I will try," he said. The sword hummed. "I see my carrier has fan club problems," it said dryly. Cheyenne narrowed her eyes. "I still hear you," she reminded it. "So do I," Benimaru muttered. Rimuru let himself have those few seconds of warmth. Then he pulled in a breath and let his arm drop. "We have work," he said. The plaza quieted. Yum, still at the edge, stared at Cheyenne like he was seeing a ghost. Which in a way he was. "You really brought her back," he said. His voice was small. Rimuru looked at him. He saw the guilt hanging off him like chains. He saw the thread of his soul, dimmer than before, sagging under its own weight. "Yes," Rimuru said. "I did, and you killed all of them," Yum said. He swallowed. "The army, the priests, the camp." Rimuru did not look away. "Yes," he said again. Shuna flinched. Benimaru held very still. Sui's eyes narrowed. Cheyenne watched his profile. Yum let out a rough breath. "Falmouth will never forgive you," he said. "The church will never stop." Rimuru shrugged. The movement was small. "I'm not asking them to," he said. "I'm telling them the cost." The sword added, "We will carve the price into whatever they send next." Rimuru did not repeat that out loud. He sheathed the blade at his side. The motion felt natural, like it had always been there. "Raphael," he said inside, "give me the count." "Approximately 20,000 human soldiers and support staff," the voice replied evenly. "Plus the souls used for your subordinates' evolution and resurrection targets. No demon lord has taken such a direct step in this region in recent memory." He nodded slightly. "Can you tell how many died before I cut?" he asked. 342, Raphael said. "Mostly goblins, some lizard men, a few Kijin initiates. Cheyenne, 2 wolves. Names available on request." He listened to the number. He did not ask for the list. "Not yet. That is on me," he said quietly. Shuna heard the tone, even if she did not hear the words. "Lord Rimuru," she said, stepping closer. "It was not your fault. They attacked while you were away." "I left," he said. "That opened the gap. I did not read the warning signs fast enough. I trusted Yum without watching every step." Yum flinched. Rimuru raised a hand. "I'm not saying that to blame you alone," he said. "I'm saying I will not pretend this happened in a vacuum. I will carry it. That is the job I chose when I pulled that sword out of the cave." Benimaru straightened. "Your job is also to keep going," he said. "If you stop now, those deaths do not mean anything." Shai nodded hard. "We are alive," she said. We are stronger. We can use this. Sui spoke from above. Word of this will spread, he said. Other demon lords will notice. So will the church. So will merchants who like safe roads. Rimuru looked up at him. Exactly, he said. That means we have to act before everyone else writes our story for us. Raphael chimed in. Recommendation, it said. Use this event as leverage. Force Falmouth to accept a treaty and reparations. Then address the demon lords directly. Waiting will only let them frame you as a rabid beast. The sword chuckled. Let them try, it said. I did not mind tearing a few thrones. Rimuru shook his head once. We are not doing Rampage for fun, he said inside. You say fun like I understand it the way you mean it, the blade replied. He ignored that. Out loud, he said, we're going to rebuild. We're going to bury the dead properly. We're going to send a message to Falmouth. Then we're going to answer the one that is already on its way. Benimaru frowned. On its way, he echoed. As if timed, a chill ripple moved through the air above the plaza. Sui's head snapped toward the sky. Something is forming, he said. Magicules twisted above them. A point of darkness appeared, small at first, then widening, like someone had poked a hole in the sky. A figure stepped out of it. Tall, slim, dressed in an elegant outfit that did not belong to this forest. A tired smile on his face. Diablo landed lightly on the plaza stones and bowed deep. Lord Rimuru, he said, I bring news. Valpurgis has been called. The word hung in the air. Benimaru stiffened. Shuna's eyes went wide. Cheyenne tilted her head, not understanding but feeling the weight. Sui's fingers twitched near his weapons. Rimuru's grip on the sword tightened a fraction. Of course it has, he said. He felt the edge of a headache starting, the kind that was more about politics than battle. Diablo smiled a little wider. The demon lords want to discuss the birth of a new one, he said, and the sudden death of so many humans in one night. He glanced around at the bodies, the cracked stone, the new marks on Rimuru and Cheyenne. I see their timing remains dramatic, he added. Rimuru exhaled slowly. Fine, he said. We will go. But before that, he turned back to his people. The goblins, the Kijin, the lizard men, the wolves, even Yum, who still sat with his back to the wall, watching like someone who had survived a storm he had helped start. He lifted the sword, just enough that the light caught its edge. Listen, he said. Every eye snapped to him. You saw what I did, he said. You felt what I became. Some of you are scared. You should be. Power without rules is just a disaster waiting to happen. I will not be that. Cheyenne folded her arms, chin up. Benimaru stood straight, expression set. Shuna's hands twisted in her robes, but she did not look away. Sui's gaze was steady. If there is a day I stop seeing you as people and start seeing you as numbers on a field, he went on, if there is a day I swing this sword for pleasure instead of need, you will not wait for me to fix it. You will stop me. Benimaru swallowed. Lord, I mean it, Rimuru said. Benimaru, if I cross that line, you cut me down. Sui, you back him up. Cheyenne, she shook her head hard. No, she said. I am not killing you. You knocked me out, he said. Hard. Then let them finish the job if they have to. She glared. Tears stood in her eyes again. I'm not agreeing to that, she said. The sword spoke in his head. I will make sure she can hit you hard enough, it said dryly. Raphael added, I will record this as a conditional order and provide reminders if patterns indicate drift. Shuna stepped forward. If that day comes, she said quietly, I will try to reach you first. If that fails, I will help them. Her voice shook, but she did not back down. Benimaru drew his sword part way. The new flames along the edge burned deeper red. I already promised once, he said. I will promise again. If you turn into something that only knows how to erase, I will stop you. Even if it kills me too. Sui nodded once. I will not hesitate, he said. I owe you that much. Cheyenne clenched her fists. I hate this, she said. But if you really mean it, I will hit you so hard your new demon lord teeth rattle. Then I'm dragging you back to yourself, so they do not have to swing for real. Rimuru let out a slow breath. Good, he said. That is what I wanted. The sword hummed, amused. You surround yourself with people who threaten you, it said. Interesting strategy. That is how you stay in line, Rimuru answered inside. He lowered the blade. Now, he said, voice carrying across the plaza. Let us clean this place up. We bury our dead. We send the humans back to their king in boxes or in rumors, whichever hurts more. Then we get ready to walk into a room full of demon lords and pretend this is normal. Shine grinned, tired but real. Sounds fun, she said. Benimaru groaned. Your idea of fun worries me, he said. Shuna wiped her face and started giving orders. Sui disappeared to spread the news. Ranga pressed his head against Rimuru's side, tail thumping once, softly. Rimuru rested his hand on the wolf's head. The plaza slowly filled with movement again. Goblins standing. Lizard men lifting bodies. Wolves hauling debris. Above them all, the new demon lord of the forest stood with a legendary sword that had eaten a barrier, an army, and a piece of his own fear, and tried to hold the line he had just drawn in words. Raphael watched his soul pattern. The sword watched his grip. Cheyenne watched his face. He walked down from the center of the square and into the work, step by step, because if he left everything to his new power, to the sword, to the title, then the line between necessary and disaster would vanish long before any of them had to swing at him. Rimuru stared at his reflection and tried not to think about the last time his head had been somewhere else. The mirror in his room was new. Shuna had bullied some dwarven craftsmen into sending glass as part of the first trade shipment after the massacre. The frame was simple. The face in it was not. Hair a little longer. Eyes deeper. Aura sitting under his skin like a storm that had decided to stay. The sword leaned against the wall, close enough that he could reach it without crossing the room. Its presence filled the space even when it did not move. You keep looking, the blade said. Did you expect to see someone else? Just checking I still fit in this body, Rimuru said. Raphael answered in his head at once. You do, it said. Your parameters are stable. Your aura output is still high, but within control range. Good, he said. I would hate to show up at a demon lord meeting and accidentally flatten the chairs. There was a light knock on the door. Come in, he called. The door opened. Cheyenne stepped in, closed it behind her, and leaned back against it for a second as she let out a breath. She wore new armor that Shuna and the dwarves had made together. It fit like it was part of her. Her hair was tied high, but a few strands had slipped free around her face. The faint dark ring around her eyes was more obvious this close. She looked him up and down. So that is your demon lord uniform, she said. I thought there would be more spikes. He glanced at his clothes. Dark jacket, shirt under it, simple trousers. I'm trying not to look like a final boss, he said. Spikes send the wrong message. Good, she said. Shuna would start sewing decorations on you in your sleep. She walked over without asking and reached up to straighten his collar. Her fingers brushed his throat. He did not flinch, but his pulse jumped once. The sword watched. She is fussing because she is nervous, it said. Humans do that. Rimuru did not answer it out loud. Cheyenne's hands smoothed down his lapels. Diablo says we leave in 10 minutes, she said. Everyone is pretending they are not scared. Are you? He asked. She met his eyes. Of demon lords, she said. Not really. Of you walking into a room full of them with that thing at your side, while everyone thinks you are a monster waiting to snap. Yes. He let out a slow breath. I'm not going there to pick a fight, he said. You killed a kingdom's army in one move, she said. They're going to think you were there to show off. He had no real comeback for that. She finished with his jacket and stepped back a little, hands on her hips. Listen, she said. If any of them try something, hit them hard enough that they stay down, but do not erase the room. We just finished fixing the plaza. You think I want more paperwork, he said. She smiled. It was small but real. Her gaze slid past him to the sword. Her face changed slightly when she looked at it. Not fear, a kind of sharpened attention. It is quieter, she said. The blade hummed, only out of respect for the occasion. It said, I still hear you, she reminded it. I know, it said. You are the thread tied around his neck. I'm not cutting that. Yet, she snorted. You talk like that and you wonder why no one trusts you, she said. Rimuru stepped between them before the sword decided to start an argument that would last an hour. Cheyenne, he said. She looked back at him. Thanks for coming, he said. You do not have to, she frowned. Of course I have to, she said. You are walking into a den of demon lords. I am your guard. I already got killed once. I am not letting that happen again while I am taking a nap somewhere. He opened his mouth to tell her he could handle himself. The memory of Hinata's blade cutting his neck flashed behind his eyes. He shut his mouth again. Right, he said. Then watch my back. She nodded. Then she caught his arm before he could move past her. Wait, she said. He paused. What? Her fingers wrapped around his sleeve. She looked up at him with an expression that did not fit the usual loud shine. There was a small crease between her brows. If they insult you, she said quietly, do not throw the first cut. Let them show their teeth first. You do not have to prove anything. He studied her face. You say that, but if someone calls me a blob, you're going to hit them, he said. Obviously, she said. Her mouth twitched. Before he could tease her again, she tugged on his sleeve, pulled him a little closer, and went up on her toes. This time she did not aim for his cheek. The kiss was quick and a little clumsy, because she was nervous and he was not prepared, but it landed. Warm, real, no drama. His brain stalled for a second. The sword laughed in his head. I see, it said. Attachment. Shine dropped back on her heels. Her face was pinker than usual, but her voice stayed steady. You do not get to die, she said. If you do, I will be very angry. He touched his mouth with 2 fingers, still surprised. I will try to keep that in mind, he said. Raphael cut in. Heart rate increased. It said helpfully. Do you require breath exercises? Raphael, he said through his teeth. Understood, it said, logging this as not a crisis. Cheyenne looked like she might start overthinking what she had done. So he reached up and lightly tapped her forehead with 2 knuckles. Same rule applies to you, he said. You are not allowed to die again. It is a pain to fix. She grinned, relief sliding over her features. I knew you liked my cooking, she said. He sighed. Let us not test your new body with poison today, he said. A shout came from outside. Lord Rimuru, Diablo called, voice as calm as ever. The gate is ready. Time to go, Rimuru said. Cheyenne rolled her shoulders, reached for her weapon, and followed him out. The gate to Valpurgis looked like a mistake in the air. Magicules swirled in a tight circle just beyond the town's new outer wall. Diablo stood beside it, dressed in a dark suit that somehow stayed neat even though they were in a monster city built on fresh stone and packed earth. He bowed low when Rimuru approached. You honor me by trusting my magic, he said. I'm trusting your excitement, Rimuru said. You would sulk for a week if I left you behind. Diablo smiled, completely unashamed. That is also true, he said. Benimaru, Shuna, and Sui waited nearby. Ranga stood behind Rimuru in his large form, fur-combed for once. He wagged his tail as the aura from the gate brushed him. Are you ready, Lord? Benimaru asked. As ready as I get, Rimuru said. You are sure you can handle things here? Benimaru nodded. The army is gone. The church will need time to react. Falmouth is bleeding. We can manage border patrols. Shuna stepped closer, clutching her staff. Just come back, she said. Do not make us go through another cocoon. He reached out and squeezed her shoulder. I plan to stay upright this time, he said. Sui knelt with 1 knee to the ground. If anything moves while you are gone, I will know, he said. We will keep Tempest standing. Rimuru turned to Ranga. You watch the town from above, he said. If something comes that feels wrong, do not engage alone. Call the others. Yes, master, Ranga said. He licked Rimuru's hand once, a warm, rough touch, then stepped back. The sword at Rimuru's side hummed. Enough farewells, it said. The others are already there. The flavors are strong. Raphael confirmed that. Multiple high-density magic signatures detected in the meeting space, it said. Several equal or higher than your current level. One in particular is very old. Guy. Rimuru guessed. Correct, Raphael said. Rimuru stepped up to the gate. Diablo lifted 1 hand. The swirling magicules tightened, then smoothed out, forming a clear circle that showed only darkness on the other side. After you, Diablo said. Rimuru nodded once and walked through. The world flipped. Valpurgis looked like an expensive trap. The hall was big enough to fit a dragon comfortably. The floor was polished black stone that reflected everyone standing on it. A long table sat in the middle, with chairs spaced evenly around it. Above, a ceiling full of floating lights glowed steady without showing any flame. Rimuru stepped out of the gate and felt a dozen auras brush against his. They were all different. Sharp, heavy, wild, ancient. The sword hummed. This is better, it said. Real prey. He put a hand on the hilt. Not today, he said under his breath. Eyes turned toward him as he arrived. At the head of the table sat a man with long red hair and an easy smile that did not reach his eyes. His presence felt like a fire that had burned a long time and never once gone out of control. Guy crimson. On his right, in a chair that seemed too big for her, sat Malim. Pink hair, blue eyes, a dress that looked like she had grabbed whatever was closest. She swung one leg and hummed under her breath, like she was bored. On Guy's other side sat a blond man in white and gold, posture perfect, expression cool as stone. Leon. Further down, other demon lords. Fry, wings folded tight. Carrion, scarred and tense. A small fairy clung to the back of an empty chair. Ramiris, eyes wide as she watched the magic swirl. Near the far end, dressed in dramatic clothes and smiling too hard, sat Clayman. His eyes lit up when he saw Rimuru. It was not a friendly light. Ah, he said, the new disaster arrives. Diablo stepped out of the gate behind Rimuru and bowed. Shine followed, hand on her weapon. Rimuru took a breath and kept his aura close. Even pulled in, it made the air around him heavy. Several demon lords shifted in their seats. Guy leaned his chin on his hand. So you are Rimuru Tempest, he said. You made a very loud entrance into the world. I'm trying to build a town and not die, Rimuru said. The loud part keeps happening anyway. Malim laughed, bright and sharp. You freed Veldora, she said. That was loud. He wanted out, Rimuru said. Clayman clicked his tongue. How casual, he said. As if releasing a storm dragon was the same as letting a cat out of a box. Rimuru glanced at him. You must be Clayman, he said. Clayman spread his hands. The Marionette Master, he said. Pleased to meet you, new Demon Lord. Or should I say, presumptive Demon Lord. He let the word hang. Frey's wing flicked. Carrion's jaw tightened. Leon looked mildly interested. Malim watched with open curiosity. Guy lifted a hand. Formalities, he said. We called this Valpurgis because one of us died. We also gained a new one. We have to decide what to do about both facts. He pointed lazily at Rimuru. You slaughtered a human army, he said. You evolved. You call yourself a demon lord now. Rimuru spread his hand a little. I do not care what the title is, he said. I care that my people do not get used as test subjects again. Clayman smirked. And yet, he said, your actions throw the balance into chaos. Falmouth was a useful buffer. You erased their army. The church is in uproar. The Western Council is shaking. Humans are afraid. That affects all of us. Rimuru held his gaze. I did not start that attack, he said. They brought an artifact into my town. They used my own magic against my people. They killed my subordinates. They planned to turn Tempest into an example. I responded. You responded by committing mass slaughter, Clayman said. 40,000 souls in one night. Does that sound like a stable neighbor to anyone here? Several demon lords looked thoughtful. None of them looked shocked. Killing humans in number meant something different to them. Leon narrowed his eyes. Falmouth overreached, he said. Their king has been foolish for years. Someone was going to cut his hand eventually. Malim tilted her head. You killed 40,000, she said. Was it fun? Rimuru's stomach turned a little at the question. No, he said. It was work. The sword chuckled. You are so dry, it said. Raphael spoke quietly. Clayman's energy pattern does not match his tone, it said. He is more nervous than he shows. He has threads attached to several events in your recent history. Rimuru hit a small twitch at the word threads. Show me, he thought. A faint display appeared at the edge of his vision. Raphael projected a tiny map of lines. One from Clayman to the Orc Lord. Another to the Falmouth spies who had watched Tempest. A thicker one to the artifact that had powered the barrier. The sword hummed with interest. He likes strings, it said. I like cutting strings. Guy tapped the table with one finger. Clayman, he said. You were the one who called this Valpurgis, yes. Clayman bowed his head. Of course, he said. I could not ignore such a dangerous new factor. I was also attacked. One of my close associates, Mjurin, was stolen by this slime's agents and turned against me. Rimuru almost rolled his eyes. She walked, he said. You were using her as a tool. She chose to live somewhere else. That is not theft. Clayman's smile tightened. You corrupted her, he said, with that sword in your cursed town. Malim squinted at the blade at Rimuru's side. That sword looks fun, she said. Can I hold it? No, the sword said at once. Rimuru echoed it. No, he said. She pouted. Guy hid a smile behind his hand. Accusations aside, he said. We need facts. Clayman also claims another demon lord was killed. Carrion. He looked down the table. Carrion's seat was empty. Fry shifted. He is not dead, she said. He yielded. Under certain terms. Clayman's mouth twisted. He humiliated his title, he said. He gave up his land. He has no right to sit here. That is rich from someone hiding behind puppets. Diablo murmured in Rimuru's ear. Rimuru stayed still. He knew from Raphael's quick summary that Clayman had forced Carrion's loss. He also knew that Malim had taken part in that battle, under a strange influence. He looked at her now. Malim's smile was bright, but her eyes had a faint glassy sheen. Raphael, he thought. Check her. Already doing so, it answered. There is an external control channel attached to her core. It runs through a secondary medium. The sword felt it too. There is a wire on her, it said, low and pleased. I can taste it from here. Clayman kept talking. He is irresponsible, he said, nodding at Rimuru. He threatens human order. He steals my people. He frees dragons. He plays with a cursed sword. He is not a demon lord. He is a disaster that should be cut down before it grows. Guy's eyes turned slightly. He also killed an awakening army and survived a barrier built to erase him, he said. That sounds like a demon lord's work. Leon shrugged. As long as he does not point that sword at my country, I do not care, he said. Ramiris piped up from her chair back. I do care, she said. He is my friend. Clayman's head snapped toward her. You are a fairy, he said. You like any new shiny thing. She stuck out her tongue. You are just mad he does not dance on your strings, she said. Voices rose. Magicules stirred around the room. Rimuru let them talk for a moment. He watched the lines only he and Raphael could see. Threads of influence from Clayman, from some hidden backer, from the church, from human kings. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Raphael, he thought. If I cut the control on Malim without touching her, what happens? Her true will returns, Raphael said. The one who set the control will feel the break. Possible backlash. Perfect, the sword said. Rimuru raised his voice. Clayman, he said. The hall quieted. Even guys stopped tapping the table. Rimuru stepped forward a little, so he stood clear of his chair. You keep talking about strings, he said. Let us see who you are pulling. Clayman's eyes narrowed. What are you implying? He asked. Rimuru looked at Malim. Sorry about this, he said. She blinked. About what? She asked. He drew the sword. He did not swing at her. He swung at empty air between them. Void feast flared. The world seemed to slow for a heartbeat. Rimuru focused on the thin line Raphael had shown him, the control channel running from a hidden source through Clayman to Malim's core. He cut. There was nothing to see with normal eyes. No flash, no beam, just a small shift in pressure. Malim jerked as if someone had slapped her. Her pupils shrank. The glassy sheen shattered. In the same instant, Clayman's body spasmed. A thread none of the others could see snapped. He coughed once, eyes wide, as if something had been yanked out of his hands. What did you do? He shouted. Malim stood up so fast her chair fell over. Clayman, she said. Her voice had a tone none of them had heard since she entered the hall. Clear, focused, angry. She slammed her hands on the table, leaning forward. You were messing with my head, she said. Clayman paled. I was just helping you focus, he said. You asked me to. She climbed onto the table and stalked toward him, magic crackling around her. I would never ask you to stick a leash in my brain, she said. Do you know how boring that is? Raphael gave a calm note. Control spell fully removed, it said. Malim's power is no longer muted. The sword laughed out loud this time. The sound echoed in Rimuru's bones. Better, it said. The little dragon is awake. Guy leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming. Now, this is interesting, he said. Clayman scrambled to his feet. Everyone please, he said, hands up. Do not be taken in. That slime is dangerous. He just used an unknown skill in here, without permission. Clayman, Guy said. His tone did not change, but the air thickened. You manipulated another demon lord's mind. In my meeting, Clayman swallowed. Sweat beaded at his temple. I only want to protect her, he said. She is too trusting. Malim snorted. I trusted you, she said. That was my mistake. She flexed her hands. Magic flared. The table under her feet groaned. Rimuru spoke before she launched herself. Malim, he said. Hold a second. She shot him a glare. Why? She demanded. Because if you hit him first, this stops being about what he did and starts being about your temper, he said. Let him dig his own grave a little more. She paused. Then she grinned. Fine, she said. You are funny. She hopped off the table and dropped into a crouch on her chair, watching with bright eyes. Clayman tried to recover. He freed the storm dragon. He said quickly, pointing at Rimuru. He freed a cursed sword. He devoured an entire army. He is not stable. He is a threat to all of us. Whether I made a small mistake with a control spell is irrelevant next to that. Rimuru felt a small, tired anger stir. Call it what it is, he said. You tried to turn Malim into your puppet. You used the Orc Lord. You pointed Falmouth at my town. You sent Mjurin in as a spy and called it service. He lifted the sword. You like strings, he said. I like cutting them. We can settle which one matters more. Clayman's face twisted. You think you are my equal, he spat. You are new. You are a slime that got lucky with a skill and a cursed relic. He spread his arms. Magic surged. Fine, he said. Let us show them what a real demon lord looks like. His aura exploded outward. Shadows twisted behind him. A ring of summoned monsters crawled out of thin air, all teeth and claws and borrowed souls. Raphael murmured. He burned his stored souls for an awake form, it said. Crude but dangerous. He is trying to force a spectacle. The sword purred. He is noisy, it said. Let's be quiet. Rimuru stepped forward. Do not hit the walls, he thought. I will set a field, Raphael said. Containment dome active. A layer of pressure settled around the meeting space. Invisible but firm. Rimuru, Guy said, watching. If you tear my room, I will make you pay for it. I will keep it tidy, Rimuru said. Clayman laughed, high and sharp. Come then, he said. Show me your power. He sent his monsters first. They rushed in a wave, claws slashing the already heavy air. Rimuru did not move his feet. He swung the sword once in a short arc. Void Feast 8. The summoned beasts hit the edge of his aura and folded. There was no blood, no raw pieces. They simply ceased to be, their forms sliced apart on lines that cut the concept holding them together. Clayman jerked back. What did you do, he said. You throw trash at me, Rimuru said. I take it out. The sword hummed, satisfied. Clayman snarled. He lifted both hands. Threads of magic spilled from his fingers, reaching for Rimuru's limbs, for his sword, for his mind. Dance for me, Clayman shouted. Rimuru watched the threads come. He saw each one as a clean line in his vision now, thanks to the way his skills had merged. He cut them without even swinging. A small twist of intent. A focus of void feast on the idea of control reaching toward him. The threads snapped. The energy in them recoiled. Clayman cried out as his own magic lashed back into his body. He stumbled, clutching his head. Stop breaking my toys, he shouted. Malim laughed out loud. He looked stupid, she said. Rimuru moved. He was on Clayman in 3 steps. Not rushing, not blinking. Just steady stride, each one controlled. Clayman tried to form a shield. The void edge bit into it like it was paper. Wait, Clayman said, hands up, eyes wide now. We could talk. There's a bigger picture. The one behind me will not be pleased if you cut me. You will make an enemy you cannot handle. Rimuru thought of the Orc Lord, of the barrier, of Cheyenne lying on the ground, of the 40,000 souls now lodged as weight around his core. He looked Clayman in the eye. Get in line, he said. He swung. This time he did not aim for threads or concepts or fields. He aimed for the demon lord standing in front of him. The cut was clean. It started at Clayman's shoulder and ended at his hip. His body parted. There was blood this time. There was also something else. A knot of magic. The demon lord seed Clayman had used tried to tear free and flee. Void Feast closed around it. The sword locked it in and crushed. Clayman's lips moved. No sound came out. His eyes went blank. Rimuru stepped back before the body fell. It hit the floor in 2 pieces. The sound of it was small compared to the weight in the room. Silence followed. Frey's wings shivered. Carrion exhaled, long and slow. Leon watched with the same cool stare, but his fingers had tightened on the arm of his chair. Malim clapped once. Nice cut, she said. Guy studied Rimuru with open interest now. You did it without blowing a hole in the wall, he said. I am impressed. The sword felt the dying soul brush its edge. He tasted bitter, it said. No more strings. Rimuru let his aura settle. Is that enough proof? He asked. Clayman used the Orc Lord. He pointed Falmouth at me. He put a leash on Malim. You can dig through his remains if you want more details. Raphael offered. I can project memory records from the souls that were bound to his puppets. Guy waved a hand. No need, he said. It fits. He's been stirring trouble for a long time. Someone was going to break him. You did it. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. That means you are not a presumptive demon lord, he said. You are one. New but real. A weight Rimuru had not acknowledged eased slightly. Leon shrugged. Works for me, he said. One less annoyance. Fry raised a hand. Then Carrion's loss stands as a voluntary step back, she said. He is alive. He will watch his land through me. Clayman is dead. Rimuru takes his seat. Malim kicked her feet. I like it, she said. Rimuru is fun. Clayman was boring. Ramiris pumped a fist. See, she said. I told you he is not just a disaster. Diablo looked like he had just received the best present in the world. If Lord Rimuru has official recognition, he murmured, it will make future negotiations so much smoother. Rimuru blew out a breath. Fine, he said. Then can we move to the part where we talk about the humans instead of throwing skills at each other? Guy chuckled. You really are strange, he said. Most new demon lords want to show teeth. You want to talk about paperwork. I have a town to run, Rimuru said, and a church that thinks I'm a curse with legs. I killed Falmouth's army. That broke their power. I plan to make them pay for what they did and then keep them out of my forest. Leon looked mildly amused. You want reparations, he said. Yes, Rimuru said. They killed my people. They tried to use my name to scare the world. They can hand over whatever wealth they have left to help rebuild, or I will take it myself. Guy shrugged. I do not care what happens to Falmouth, he said. Humans change flags every century anyway. As long as you do not destabilize everything, take what you want. That is my concern, Raphael said inside. Too much human panic could lead to coordinated strikes from multiple kingdoms and the church. We must manage fear. Rimuru nodded slightly. I'm not going to start grinding cities for fun, he said. I will send them terms. If they accept, fine. If they send another army, I cut it. Simple. Malim grinned. You talk like Veldora sometimes, she said. He is a bad influence, Rimuru said. Laughter rippled around the table. It cut through some of the earlier tension. Guy tapped his fingers again. Then it is settled, he said. Clayman is dead. Rimuru is the new demon lord at this seat. His forest is his. If the church or the Western Council wants to poke at him, they do it knowing he will answer. He looked at Rimuru. Just one thing, he said. You keep that sword of yours pointed outward. If you turn it on this table without cause, I will not be friendly. The sword purred. I want to see what happens if I cut him, it said. Rimuru tightened his hand on the hilt. I am not here to pick that fight, he said out loud. I do not feel like seeing what happens if you all dogpile me either. Guy laughed. Good answer, he said. He clapped his hands once. Valpurgis is done, he said. Go home. Try not to blow up the world before the next one. The magic in the room shifted. The formal weight of the meeting lifted. Malim hopped off her chair and bounded over to Rimuru. I'm visiting your town again, she declared. Your food is good. Give me a week to fix the broken walls first, he said. She nodded. Okay, she said. Bring Veldora to the next one. This was boring without him screaming. I'm afraid that is exactly why he is not here, he said. Diablo stepped up beside him. Shall we return, Lord Rimuru? He asked. Yeah, Rimuru said, before someone changes their mind. He glanced once at Clayman's remains. The body was already fading, consumed by the meeting's cleanup magic. No strings. No more trouble from that direction. He turned his back on it and walked out with his people. The air in Tempest tasted like smoke and cooking and rain. They stepped out of Diablo's gate at the edge of the plaza. Goblins on guard duty snapped to attention. When they saw Rimuru, they smiled, some with relief, some with simple joy. Lord Rimuru, one called. You are back. Ranga had been dozing nearby. He sprang up, tail swinging, and bounded over. How was it, he asked. Did you have to bite anyone? No biting, Rimuru said. Some cutting, Shine snorted. That is one way to put it, she said. Benimaru came out of the main hall, flame aura flaring for a second before he pulled it in again. He looked Rimuru over, then at Cheyenne, then at Diablo. You are alive, he said, and you did not come home bleeding. This is new. Give me some credit, Rimuru said. Shinna ran up next, staff forgotten in her hand. How was it, she asked. Did they accept you? He nodded. They did, he said. Clayman is gone. The seat is ours. A ripple of quiet relief moved through the plaza. Some cheered. Some just exhaled. And Falmouth, Shana asked. We will send them terms, he said. If they are smart, they will pay. If they are not, we handle it, Raphael added in his head. I have already drafted 3 versions of the treaty. We can pick one. Of course you have, he thought. He spent the next hour walking the town. He checked the repaired streets, the new walls, the unfinished buildings. People came up to him with questions, reports, small complaints. He answered as best he could. The sword stayed quiet, content for now. When the sun started to sink, he climbed up to the top of one of the new towers. The builders had put a flat platform there so scouts could look out. The forest stretched in every direction. The barrier was gone. The sky was clear. He leaned on the low wall, sword resting against it, and watched the light change. You are heavy, the blade said after a while. Thanks, he said. I do not mean your body, it said. Your core, the souls, the rules you keep writing for yourself. You could be light. You choose weight. He thought about answering with something that sounded wise. He stopped himself. I do not like what happens when I stop choosing, he said. Raphael spoke, steady as ever. You handled Valpurgis without large-scale damage, it said. That is a good sign. High praise, he said. A door creaked softly behind him. Cheyenne stepped onto the platform, carrying 2 cups. Shuna said you needed tea, she said, and that I had to make sure you actually drank it. He took one. It was hot, bitter, a little too strong. He drank anyway. They stood in silence for a minute. So she said, you are officially a demon lord now. Seems like it, he said. Do you feel different, she asked. He thought about the fight, the way the world had slowed when he cut the control on Malim, the way the souls sat around his core, the way everyone had watched him like he might erase the room if they said the wrong thing. Yes, he said, and no. I still like eating and talking and not dying. I also know I can end a country if I have to. That part is new. She nodded. That is why you made us promise to stop you, she said. Yeah, he said. She set her cup down and leaned her elbows on the wall, looking out at the trees. The sword is quieter, she said. Not just now. In general. I still hear it sometimes, but it feels less sharp. The blade bristled. I'm not soft, it said. You are wrapped around his core, she told it. That changes you too, Raphael agreed. Your patterns have shifted, it said. You are less focused on erasure, more on selection. The sword grumbled. I pick what I eat, it said. Fine. That does not mean I am tame. Rimuru smiled a little. As long as you remember we are only cutting what we have to, he said. You cut Clayman, the sword pointed out. He had to go, Rimuru said. He was stringing up everything. Cheyenne watched his face for a long moment. Do you regret it? She asked. He shook his head. No, he said. I regret that we let him move the board that long. That is different. She accepted that with a small nod. Wind moved over the tower. It smelled like trees and cooking fires. Cheyenne shifted closer. Their shoulders touched. You know Hinata will come again, she said. He had been thinking the same thing. Raphael, he said inside. Any news from the church yet? Messages are moving, it said. They are calling you the Butcher Lord in some places, the Sword of Tempest in others. Hinata has not made a move. Yet, the sword murmured. She will step into our field again, it said. She still owes us a real cut. Rimuru almost laughed. If she comes, we talk first, he said. She came to kill you last time, it said. And she stopped, he said. That matters. Shai made a small sound. You're going to keep collecting people like that, aren't you? She said. Hinata. Diablo. Malim. A fairy. A dragon. A cursed sword. A slime. When you say it like that, it sounds chaotic, he said. It is, she said. I like it. She turned to face him, back against the wall now. The fading light painted soft lines over her face. The dark ring around her eyes made them stand out even more. Rimuru, she said. He blinked. She did not use his name often. Usually it was boss, lord, or something louder. Yeah, he said. I meant what I said, she told him. About not letting you turn into a statue with a sword stuck in it. He looked down at the weapon resting by his hand. I know, he said. She reached up and hooked a finger in the front of his jacket. Good, she said. Because I did not get dragged back from being dead just to watch you stop being you. He searched her expression. There was no joke there. No teasing. Just steady, stubborn affection. He leaned forward a little. Come here, he said. She did not wait. She met him halfway. The kiss this time was slower. still not dramatic. Just sure. Her hand slid up to his neck. His free hand found her hip and stayed there. The sword coughed in his mind. Do you need me to look away? It said. Yes, he thought back. Raphael added, I will log this under emotional stability improvements. He almost laughed into the kiss. Cheyenne pulled back a fraction and gave him a look. Are you thinking about paperwork right now? She asked. System comment, he said. Ignore it, she huffed. Tell it to be quiet, she said. That is impossible, Raphael said in both their heads. Cheyenne blinked. You hear it too, she said. Rimuru winced. I may have accidentally given it permission to share when necessary, he said. She sighed. Great, she said. Now I have 2 voices and a sword in my head. This is going to be fun. He rested his forehead against hers. We will deal with it, he said. Below them, Tempest moved. Goblins argued about stall placements. Lizardmen trained. Wolves chased each other between buildings. The scars from the attack were still there if you looked, but there was more life than ruin. Rimuru straightened and picked up the sword. He slid it back into its sheath at his side. The weight felt right. You know this is not the end, the blade said. More armies. More demon lords. More schemes. I know, he said. And you still want to try to hold back, it said. He nodded. Yeah, he said. As long as I can. As long as I have people here who will kick me if I do not. Cheyenne smirked. You can count on that, she said. Raphael spoke one last time, voice calm. Line recorded, it said. Between necessary and pointless. I will remind you when it blurs. Do that, he said. He looked out over his town. His people. The forest. The sky. The quiet between disasters. His hand rested on the sword hilt. Not gripping too tight. Not letting go. For now, that was enough.